Hi. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm trying to figure out how to... I'm just trying to make sure I have this set up and working. Oh, screen link. Okay. Is she working? I'm trying to get the screen link working. Holy shit, it's working. Nice. Okay. Because we're doing art later, right? So I was like, because I've been using Procreate a lot, and the thing that I'm currently working on is on Procreate. So I was like, I could reset up my normal drawing tablet, or I could just see if I can get this working. And it's working, so that's good. It's cute. Okay. What are we going to art today? I'm working on a picture of my characters from the IO games. Jaws and I are going to be on a call together working on art stuff together. So it should be fun. Should be fun. I'll turn that off for now, though. Okay, great. I'll put you over here so that you don't lose all of your battery by the time I'm supposed to do that. YouTube recommended me the Eevee song after I hadn't watched it in years. When I saw you online, I thought I'd drop by. Oh, well, welcome. What's up? Sorry, I am disheveled today. I was gonna take a shower after my singing lesson, and I did not do it. Jazzajunked, thank you very much. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you, thank you. We did a test recording. We were gonna record for my exam today, but I'm still a little phlegmy. So we decided to do a test so that I could see like what it feels like to do it. Because you do all three songs right in a row. So we recorded it and then watched the recording back. Because she was like, we'll still record it. And that way you can see like what it looks like and stuff. Oh my gosh, hi Catbug! How are you? Yeah, so we recorded it, and she was like, if you crush it, cool, we'll just send it. And, you know, if there's stuff that we'd like to work on, then we can watch it back and we can, like, remind ourselves of, like, okay, where are the trouble areas, right? So we recorded it, and she was like, that was really good. We could just submit that and you'd pass for sure. But I think if you fixed a couple of things, you could pass with distinction. Do you care about that? And I was like, is it bad that I do? And she was like, no, it's fine. So we're going to try it again next week. And I'm going to work on like my trouble areas. Yeah, we're doing good. Yeah, we just moved and stuff, so it's all that, you know, dealing with that sort of nonsense, but... Yeah, now I care. Before, I just wanted to, like... be victorious, but now I want to win. You know? In my mind, there's a difference. And Buildervin's here? What is going on? Hi, guys.
I miss you. I hope we see each other in the virtual space soon.
Moves are big. Yeah. This is our first, like, house purchase, and it has been so much. I finished the level, but I didn't get the gold star, so I have to do it again. Yeah, it's that, but like for singing. It's very silly. It doesn't get me anything in my life. I'll just be able to be like, yeah, I passed my 6th level singing exam with distinction. I'll be able to say that out loud. So. Excited to hang out again. Me too! Yeah, it's fun seeing like the Neon Divide Discord like light up again and people chatting and stuff.
It's fun.
But because we just moved, we're like really rural. We're in a farm. So we're having an internet line put in to let us stream from there and stuff. So I had to be like, of course I want to do Neon Divide stuff if we have internet set up by then. So fingers crossed. I'm sort of like building in a, if I have to show up halfway through it, like why that is, sort of all that shit. That was my issue season 3. I hope it gets in. Yeah, it's rough. Thank you. Us on staff side have been very busy getting things up and going. I'm sure. It seems like all of you guys are working very hard, so I'm excited. And Catbug, you're gonna be like a new character, right? Maybe? Yes? Oh. A dryad, cute. It looks like a yummy sandwich. I set the fire alarm off while making these sandwiches, so as you might expect from hearing that, some of it is a little overcooked, but it's still good. Nice, yeah. You know, just crushing it like usual. Yeah. So what happened was, the egg part of this sandwich I baked in the oven. And I was like, I'm just gonna put some parchment paper down. Maybe you can see where this is going. I'm just gonna put some parchment paper down. And that way I can just throw the eggs in on parchment paper and it'll just cook as a sheet. And then I can cook everything else like outside of that. So I put it in there, and the second I did, I was like, I wonder if I should have trimmed that parchment paper. I opened it up and all of the parchment paper was on fire. Nice!
Oh, thank you, Catbug.
It's good to see you. I know. Oopsies. My bad. Whoops-a-doodle. Oh, what's up, MMO Saga? Welcome back. Yeah, I'm the ripe age of 36 this year. Let's go. I'm in that age range where either people that are older than that will be like, shut up. You're not old. Stop acting like that's an old number, which I agree. I don't think 36 is that old. And then people who are younger than me go, oh my God, you're so much older than I thought you were. It's like a sweet spot. Hello, happy Pride. Ooh, what's this doing? Lately, I've been taking showers at the end of the day, which is nice because then when you climb into bed, you're like pretty clean, you know? But it also means whatever position your hair is in when you sleep, that's it, dude. That's it. Whatever it decided to do when your head hit pillow, it's game over. I did the same thing a couple weeks ago with paper in the air fryer. No! I'm wearing the same shirt combo. Let's go! Nice. God, we're so cool. This weekend is gonna be so hot. We're trying to like prepare. Everybody in the family's like, what are you guys doing this weekend? What's happening? Who's got a paddling pool? Is there a splash pad nearby? What are we doing? How are we gonna combat this? Just egg and bacon. The bagel got cooked a bit too much. The egg and bacon are fine. It's the bagel that needed to like not be cooked quite as much. That's okay. I made these sandwiches in like 10 minutes. So, you know what? I'm pretty alright with it. It's so rough when it's suddenly hot. I know. I hope you guys stay cool, Telly. You're always cool, but you know. You have to do anything different with the heat when it comes to caring for the animals? Well, fortunately, all of the animals have like a place that's shaded and a place that's like breezy. So they should all be fine. When it starts to get hotter, I give the chickens way less nesting material because that helps them keep warm in winter. So we basically take almost all of the nesting material out except for, you know, what's there to catch poops and stuff. The tortoises, they have a heat lamp in their house. But the majority of their space is outside, and they've also got water, you know. I think all of the animals should be fine. I thought the Dodger thing was changing hair color a lot. Not since I had a child. I've done it a couple times in the last few years, but not much. It's mostly just... Yeah, the Dodger thing is now wearing a beanie and talking about life. Changing hair colors is a lot of work. It is. And that's one of the things that was really nice about working with Telly, is Telly's also a mom. So it was really easy to be like, okay, what are we doing with this that's going to be like easy to maintain? Or when it grows out, it's like not a big deal, you know? I mean, ferrets sleep a lot. I feel like they're probably just gonna sit in their little hammocks and sleep. We wouldn't play with them unless it was like right before sunrise or right after sunset, you know, when it's still light out, but the sun isn't like beating on everybody. How do we play with the ferrets? I mean, so they have essentially like a big chicken coop with a run that they live in, and it's very cute. The inside has tons of nesting material and stuff, and then they've got a bunch of hammocks and whatever. Lots of stuff like inside of the run for them to play with and whatever, but we try every day to take them out. And we'll normally take them to an area that, where it's, if they run in a direction, they're not gonna, like, vanish, you know? Some sort of a mode area that we've got. Before we filled up all of the garden beds, we would just put them in one of the empty garden beds. And just play with them in there, because they couldn't run very far. A lot of it, honestly, is just, like, chasing them around. They just love to run, so they'll run away with you. You can grab them and just, like, flop them around and, like, scritch them, and then they'll run away again, and you chase them, and that's mostly it. My two old people neighbors across the street have been stood out in the midday sun for hours chatting. Oh no. Yeah, they used to be so well behaved with me, these ferrets. I could pick them up and walk around and they just kind of like sit. Not anymore. They're used to me now. So the second I pick them up, they're like scrambling. They're like, let me on your shoulder. Let me bury something in your hair. Let me run away from you. And I'm like, no! The oldies have retreated back inside. Nice. We did it, gang. Summer was like, oh my god, you should get them a big bucket of macaroni. And I was like, what? And then I received 3 different videos of ferrets swimming and digging around in macaroni. Now I'm like, okay. Apparently they like pasta. That's good to know. Oh my god, yeah, my auntie. My auntie. I always say auntie because when I say aunt, people go, ants? Like ants? You know? But that's how I naturally say it, is aunt. My auntie, has just all her life just gone out late in the sun and passed the fuck out. And I'm like, I don't understand. Ferrets, they are stinky, yeah. They're little stinky kids. But if you have somewhere if you can give them like a nice situation that they can live in outside, it really mitigates that. They just need an indoor, like, comfy area with lots of nesting stuff, and they're fine. Why do they stink? They've just got, like, stink glands. A lot of rodents do. They just have a natural musk that they put on everything, and we find it very stinky, and we don't like it very much. Like, humans in general, I mean. You can get used to it. Rats also have a musk. It's not nearly as strong, but, like, after a while I couldn't even smell it. So... But they're so cute. They are. So, a wart update. I've been trying to burn these fuckers off for a while now. Okay, I've been following all the instructions. I used the over-the-counter stuff. I've been burning them, and they do not go away. So now apparently I have to go to a doctor and be like, hi. What do I do? I have 3 little verruca warts on my feet. And one of them has been there for over a year, and I didn't realize what it was until there were more. And I can't get them to go away. On the instructions for the like treatment, it's like, yeah, you know, when you use this, hold it on the spot for this many seconds. It will hurt. They don't hurt, which makes me think there's just too much of, there's like a callus on top of the wart that I'm like trying to slowly burn through, and it's not working. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. Because they just don't They're just not going away. Yeah, they've developed armor after all this time. Yeah, here's the issue is because I also tried to like home remove one of them because it feels hard, right? So even before I knew what it was, I was like, there's like really hardened skin in there basically. So I was like, I bet I can just like pick it out. And I did. Sorry, gross. But I did. And it just came back. And I guess the issue is if you don't get rid of all of the fungus, it just regrows. So yeah, I've never had warts before either. It's my first time. So I didn't know what they were. And I got very confused. But they've gotten to the point now where like if I'm a barefoot kid, and if I'm walking around, one of my feet feels fine, and the other foot has 3 points that hurt on it now, and that's not awesome. So yeah, they're just itty bitty. They don't look. The reason that I wasn't like, this is a thing I need treatment for, is because they literally don't look like anything for the most part. So I guess I'll count my blessings. They haven't gotten like, whatever it is, it's not big and it's not angry. They're just annoying. No, one of them I've had for over a year. So no, it has nothing to do with our new place or anything. Oh, but an update. I'm gonna be talking about razors, FYI, if you don't want to hear stuff about razors. I didn't think to say that before last time, and I thought to myself, I probably should have given people a heads up. I'm gonna talk about razors for a minute, okay? Anyways, so I got a safety razor, which is basically like an old school version of like the razors that we use now. Because I was sick of like buying razor heads constantly, and I was like, there's got to be a better way, and it turns out there is. You can still just get safety razors, and they just use normal razor blades, just regular ass stainless steel razor blades. So I got a safety razor, and when I talked about it last time, somebody in chat was like, I also use a safety razor. Do not put any force on it. Because the razor blades, they're sharp enough. You don't need to do anything. You just let gravity do all the work, right? As an update, I have not cut myself once. It's been awesome. Honestly, like the best shave I've ever had. I haven't had any ingrown hairs. I haven't had any. Normally my skin is really sensitive when I shave. No ingrown hairs. I haven't had any like rashes, nothing. Wild. So I'm a believer now. Big fan. Big fan. And I've used it a few times. So you can say I'm jinxing myself if you want, but like if suddenly it stops working, or suddenly I'm hurting myself, in case you were curious, the one that I got is from a company called Jungle Culture, because there's a bunch of people making them now. Jungle Culture Metal Safety Razor. And it was 16 pound. And it comes with a fuckload of little razor blades. I had to buy a blade bank. I bought that separately. But yeah, those are also a thing that you can get to make sure that you have somewhere safe to put the blades. And then when it's full, you just throw the whole thing in aluminum recycling, right? Or like metal recycling. Why is there a thing next to alerts? Alerts are here. Oh, that's right. They added their own alert system, didn't they? Yeah, when I was younger, I don't know what has happened to my skin over time. It might just be that it's toughened up a little bit. I don't know. But when I was younger, if I, and also, you know, we've talked about this before, but our bodies are ship of Theseusing constantly, and, you know, maybe your skin just changed, whatever. When I was younger and I started trying to shave, I would always break out into the most painful, like, burning rash wherever I tried to shave every single time. And so then I started waxing, and that hurts at first, but your skin gets really used to it and it gets easier over time. And then once I got to the point where it was like, I can't really afford to be going to get myself waxed all the time, I bought a razor again as like a young adult, like a 20-something, and tried shaving again, and it was okay. And really ever since then, when I shave, it's like kind of hit or miss if I'm gonna have a rash or not, which is annoying. And I'm not somebody that like needs to be clean shaven all the time, but like, especially when it starts to get hot, God, I just don't want to fuck with any of that. I just want all of it gone. So I was like, I'm gonna try this safety razor thing and see if it's better, and it's way better for me. So if that sounds like you in any way, and you've been wanting to try a different thing, maybe try a safety razor. I don't know. I like the results of waxing, but I hate the cost. Yeah. And I've tried waxing myself. That shit ain't happening. It never turns out as good. It's always a mess. I have no luck waxing myself. So. It's called Jungle Culture, I think. Jungle Culture Metal Safety Razor. Try looking that up. I got the one in rose gold because it was like a cute peachy color, and you know, I have a color palette that I like in my life. But yeah, they come in lots of different colors. It's the way that the blade sits in, you can use either side of the head. So like if one side starts to feel dull, you can use the other side, or like swap as you're going or whatever. How do you handle your knees and other weird shapes? I haven't had any issue, really. Just sort of changing the angle, I guess. But, like, at least with this one, the whole top of it is, like, curved. So, it's pretty hard to, like... I don't know. I haven't had any issues so far. I've just tried to be really careful, so... Yeah, being fluffy and dealing with sun cream is a sensory nightmare. In summertime, I am not fluffy. Yeah. Yeah. I don't bother with any of that shit when it's winter. But when it's summer, yeah, I just don't. Anything that is going to add to the, like, yucky, sticky feeling, because it gets humid here. It gets more humid here than anywhere else that I've lived. Anything that's going to help the yucky, sticky feeling go away, I will do that. And one of them is shaving, so... From Yeti to dolphin in just a few hours, yeah. Oh no, he asked me a question. I was like, is there anything to drink in the house? And Sam was like, no, should I get us coffees? And I was like, yes, please. And then I had 3 messages from him in increasing, like, severity that just said, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? I don't know, just something cold and caffeinated, dude. I don't know. We've been together for 10 years. Come on. Just guess a thing. Oh, I finally, after all this time, I finally got to give my niece and nephew their tie-dye shirts that they made at my house. It's been like 2 months, 3 months. My brother-in-law was over doing, like, the books with my mother-in-law, and I was like, stop! Stop! Don't take another step. I have a thing for you. And he was like, okay. And then we were talking about our kids, and he was like, yeah, my kids have really been, like, acting up. I think they're just over being at school. And I was like, yeah, if it makes you feel any better, Clark's current thing is farting into her hand and then putting it in people's faces. And he was like, what? Yep. It's my least favorite thing in the whole world. Farting. She farts and then tries to, like, waft the fart in your face. I was like, kiddo, you aren't going to anyone's house. You are not doing any play dates. You are not meeting any adult. You're like nothing until you cut that shit out. That's not happening. Yeah, very silly. Yeah, for real though. She got invited for a play date. And this kid's mom is so nice. Like the nicest lady I've ever met in my life. I was like, Clark, I've got a checklist of things that I need you to stop doing before I let you go to their house. They've invited you over. This is the day they want you to come over. If by that day you're still doing all this weird shit, we're not going. It's not happening. I am not letting you do anything weird in front of that delightful lady. So No, she's in school now. No, she learns all this shit from other 5-year-olds. And then she comes home and does a thing, and I'm like, what's going on here? What's that? I hate that. Don't do that anymore. Has she made a gang yet, like you did? No, I made a gang when I was 6. She's got another year, so we'll see. I don't think it's gonna happen, though. Yeah, she's got one more year to impress me. No, my kid is just fully class clown. I see the way that she like behaves around the other kids in her class. She just thrives on making people laugh, which I totally empathize with and I get. Well, I found, as terrible as this is, am I allowed to post a link here? Not in here, but you can post it in our Discord. Yeah, I was looking to see if there's any Pride stuff that goes on. Again, for those of you who don't know, I'm in like super rural England. I was looking to see if there's any Pride stuff that happens around here, and basically when I try to look anything up, it's like, go to London, dude. If you want to do anything, you gotta go to London, so there isn't really anything out here, unfortunately. I did see that in London, in case this is something that interests any of you, I can't remember, it's called like Queers Without Beers or something like that. It's basically a monthly social event that happens with only non-alcoholic drinks. If you're like, I would love to meet people, but I don't want to do the fucking like everybody's drunk clubbing thing to meet people. And I was like, that's nice that that exists. Yeah, go to London for gay things. Got it, thank you. Check. I assume a trip to London is time consuming. It is, yeah. I definitely don't want to drive into London because that takes forever. But taking the train into London is also kind of dicey because what time are you trying to go home? If it's at a certain time, your train's probably going to be delayed by like an hour. It's, you know, it's just a bit difficult. That's why a lot of times people will just, if they're going into London, even if it's not really that long of a train ride, if they don't know what the trains are going to be like at the time that they have to go home, they'll just stay the night somewhere, you know. There's always train problems, it's true. Get out of here, dude. Oh, he left. Nice. Nice. Yeah, a lot of the, and I'm sure it just takes like reaching out and being like, hi, can I be informed the next time a thing is happening? But like, even if there are groups like way out in the boonies, out like where we are, a lot of times it's like, yeah, we do things sometimes. Currently there's nothing planned, but we'll probably do a thing eventually. It's like, okay. When is that, though? Our strawberry leaves are starting to smell a bit sweeter. Very excited. We decided to leave them another day before we dehydrate them, but it's so wild. These, like, we're making tea out of strawberry leaves right now. And when you first, like, roll them up and crush them after you've washed them and they've wilted, they smell so bitter. And it only takes a day for them to start smelling kind of sweet. It's buck wild to me. Yeah. You're basically fermenting the leaves. And they lose some of that bitter quality and become more like sweet and earthy. So we're leaving it another day to see if we can get a little bit more of that before we dehydrate. I don't want them fermenting too long because I don't trust myself. Yeah, no mold, please. Not in this house.
Hello, good morning.
I don't know why I'm yawning so much. I managed to not go to sleep, and I was there for Deadbeats, and it was actually like kind of wholesome. Summer messaged me and was like, "Hey, bud, if you want to just sit in voice chat for the next like couple hours, I'm not doing anything, so we could just like hang out." The subtext being, if you need someone to keep you awake and you want to hop in a voice channel, feel free, I'll be there. So slowly people just kept like filtering in like way ahead of time. So it was me and Brett and Summer and Massey for like an entire hour before Deadbeats call time. Just in there, just hanging out. They got to hear my chickens screaming in the background. It was good. Yeah. And occasionally, if I was quiet for too long, occasionally either Summer or Massey would be like, Dodger? Huh? Just making sure you're awake. It was very cute. Why did you need to be awake? I had a D&D show. Basically, my current sleep schedule is I go hard from 6 a.m. until about 8 p.m. and then my kid falls asleep and then I fall asleep and I wake up around 11 or midnight most of the time. And then I stay awake until like 3 or 4 a.m. and then I go back to bed until 6 a.m. and then do it all over again. But Deadbeat starts at 9 p.m. So I was like, I can't sleep. I can't sleep. I can't miss D&D. I cannot. So I didn't sleep. Thank God. Clark fell asleep while we were reading Bug Facts. Fantastic. No, it wasn't Bug Facts. It was, we have a book that's, about all of the different creatures from the show Hilda. Or like how they're represented in the show Hilda. So we were reading basically the Hilda Monster Manual when she fell asleep last night. It was very cute. Do you go to any cons nowadays? No, not really. Not really. I really burnt myself out on them when I was going to them for work because I had to go to so many. No, I don't really go to cons at all anymore. Not saying that I won't ever go to a con again, but like I don't consistently go to anything anymore. Sam and I really want to go to Evo next year. I would really like to do that. We were going to do that this year, but it just didn't work out. Oh my God, Killer Frequency is still open. Close! Oops.
Whoopsie doodle. My bad.
An ad is about to run. I snoozed it, but it's happening. So, let's do a little words, and I'll go potty and stuff. Have I told you that my kid gets like really annoyed when I say potty? She's like, it's not called the potty. It's called the toilet. You're going to the toilet, Mom. Like, damn, okay, shit. My bad, goodness. I didn't know we were proper in this house. Oh, she also hates when I call it a boo-boo. Which is hilarious to me. If I say like, oh, do you have a boo-boo? She'll be like, it's not a boo-boo. Like, why not? Okay, anyways, bye. Good job, gang.
I've been thinking about it for a long time.
I gotta do something. I look like an anime character. I gotta do something with this, dude. What are we doing with this, huh? What's going on here? Nightmare hair right now for me. It's not quite long enough to like do a little thing with, you know?
I've been thinking about heaven for a long time.
Hold on. I've gotta wait. Let's see if I can get a little bun. Just a tiny one. The hair on the side here is like, no! See if I can get it. No! The hair on this side is so short. Is it that short on this side too? Yeah, I guess it is. It's just harder to see it. Because it's not the angle that I sit on at the camera. Yeah, there we go, dude. Cute. Ready for summer, gang. We're ready for summer. Let's go. I love when it's not up. It's very early 2000s boy band vibe. Thank you. Yeah. I don't hate it down either. It's just, honestly, it's mostly this in the back. It's just a little too, like, I either need it to be messier or I need it to be way cleaner. I don't know which one I want. Oh, 3 years. I'm very blessed to have found this community in COVID after watching Dodger on YouTube growing up. You guys are the best. Oh, Grace, how sweet. I've been seeing a lot of videos recently with the tag Rat Girl Summer. And it's literally just like, this summer, we're going to go outside sometimes. And we're going to take showers. It's very like, we're just going to take care of ourselves a little bit better this summer, by God. I like the look of undercuts. I don't want to grow out an undercut. Does that make sense? So, bro, where's this coffee at? I'm thirsty. I have an undercut, and I'm aware that's just what I have now forever. Yeah. The growing out the undercut has been some of my friends' least favorite moments in hair. So, yeah, well, when I first cut my hair, last spring? When I first went and just got all of my hair cut off, all of this was super short. It was like basically like up against the skull, you know? And it was very nice for the heat. Oh boy. It was last June. Oh my gosh. Literally a year ago. Wild. Yeah, yesterday I was doing the like, maybe I'll just shave my head. But I have to learn from past Dodger, right? I know now that I like when this up here is a bit longer. And after spending this extra time trying to grow it back out, if I just cut it all off again, I'd be so pissed at myself. Sam's Sam's hair is so long right now. It's to like, if he's just standing up normally and his hair is down, his longest hair is at the middle of his back. It's so long. And it's so thick. I was like, at least get it thinned out for summer. You're gonna be so warm. That's where mine was at like a month ago. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll probably wind up getting a haircut that's like pretty similar to what I got a year ago. Like the longer top and then shorter over here. It's just so nice when it's warm. I feel like there's a thing I wanted to tell you guys and I can't remember what it was. So I'm just sitting here staring off into space, racking my brain. It's not good content. No, not a secret. Just a thing. Like a follow-up thing, I think. I don't know, dude. They're working on the internet, apparently. Earlier than we expected, so... Fingy crossed. Fingy crossed. Yeah, pray with your whole ass, please. And Sam's office has all of the electrics fitted in. And the window guy came, so that's all moving along. And they're gonna cut a hole in the ceiling for me so that I can use the attic. Maybe. I was just saying that. I stayed up. Summer and Miss A were and Brett were all in a voice channel with me to make sure that I stayed awake for Deadbeats. But the second Deadbeats was done, I was like, I'm going to bed. Goodbye. They did like Summer Game Fest or whatever, so we started an hour later. So it was still a pretty short session, but it is what it is. At least we got to play, because we're not playing next week, so. I haven't been up to date since January. Are you in a new house? Yeah! We bought a farm. We've moved to the farm, but we still have to work at this house. So, one of the outbuildings on the farm is being turned into, like, Sam's office, and I might work above his office, potentially. So. So we live at the farm, but we drive here every day to work, to stream. Better get soundproofing. We don't stream at the same times. I stream during the day and Sam streams at night, so it's like not an issue. The issue was always the sound from work bleeding into the bleeding toward the people who were living their normal lives, right? So like Clark and I sleeping while Sam was screaming downstairs, or me streaming while Sam and Clark were trying to like do their thing during the day. So this way we won't be in the house. And yes, I know what some of you are going to ask. That does mean you won't see the cats as often. You'll see Frank. I'm sure Frank will break in all the time. Yeah, Frank will show up. Frank is my sister-in-law's Maine Coon. He's a mostly outdoor cat, so he just prowls around. Yeah, and then we can have a Frank emote, exactly. Yeah, I'll just pick up one of the cats, bring them in my office, shut them inside, make sure there's a litter box. Yeah. I'm just excited. There's a bunch of boxes at the farm right now that just have stuff from my office in them, and they're just sitting there. Can we get chicken cam? I mean, probably not. The chicken coop is really far away from the house, so I don't know how we would do chicken cam, to be honest. I only subbed for Sherlock and Watson. No! We don't plan. I mean, my kid really wants a horse. I have no plans to get a horse. Horses are so much work. I've told Clark if she wants a horse, that she should, like, do horse stuff and spend time with horses and understand how much work is involved with horses. Which I'm totally down to. I'm like, if she wants to do horse riding, whatever, I'm super down to give her that opportunity. But yeah. We've got plenty of animals right now. There's plenty. You're gonna say she should save her money. Yeah, that's true. Horse riding is such a huge thing here. People ride by the farm all the time on their horses. Thus the situation where I was on a walk with my sister-in-law and I was like, maybe one day we'll be horse people and we'll go clip-clop down the street to the playground with our horses. And my sister-in-law was like, is that what you think we sound like? Is that your English accent? I was like, oh no, I did it in front of an English person. I'm normally really good about that. I know. I'm digging the hole ever deeper with ever bigger muscles. That is how I think they sound sometimes. Yeah, well, it's exactly like how, unless an English person is like trying not to do this, most English people doing an American accent do a Southern accent. And most Americans trying to do an English accent do the fucking Queen's English, okay? For whatever reason, we just have, like, our things that we zone in on from those countries. I'm saying most. I'm saying most. Yeah, I've heard somebody has said before that it's because actually, like, a basic English accent and a basic American accent don't have that many things that are different about them, and so it's easier to just go for the extremes because that's what we hear as being different. And so then us mimicking one another's accent sounds extreme. Oh, believe me, I know that people like to do terrible Cockney accents. People still come into my chat and are like, so, have you done chimney sweep in front of people yet?
No, I haven't! And you won't catch me doing it, you won't!
You're welcome. Because I know you all wanted that. Yeah, that's what, man, I remember when I first was on Misdemeanor. And I do think that my accent improved over time playing A-list, but, like, man, people were so brutal about A-list at first, and I was like, fuck, I'm actually, like with the terrible Cockney accent, that's me, like, not, I'm trying to do a terrible Cockney accent, right? With A-list, I was really trying to, like, do an okay accent. I do think it got better, though. I think partially because at least half of Misdemeanor was done while I was living here, so I was hearing English accents more often, you know? The inflections are, like, very specific, at least where I am, so. No! Yeah, Joe at one point was like, I think you're trying to sound like a snotty young English boy, and I think you're doing a great job. And I was like, thank you.
Thank you, Telly.
I'm not gonna say exactly where in England we are. We are, like, more outside of London. We're in a rural area outside of London. And no, I cannot reliably mimic the accent here. Yeah, I mean, it's still like a couple hours train ride, but if I was gonna say that I'm close to anything specific, we're closer to London. I know, I was practicing it for a while, dude. I was gonna try to do a full Kuno accent, but I could not. Ugh, God. And to be fair, the opportunity to do it didn't. The reason that I was practicing that accent wound up not being a thing. So I didn't have a reason to like do it in the end, but man. I was gonna say that you sound the same as always. Yeah. You know, people haven't seen me talk to my kid in a long time on stream. But my inflections are really English when I talk to my kid. Who, Clark? You know, and I've talked about this before too. I've talked about everything before. Fuck it. Americans think Clark sounds extremely English, and English people think Clark sounds extremely American. I think I told you guys this, but I was talking with her teachers, and they were all talking about like how American she is, and I was like, I don't hear it. She sounds so English to me. And it doesn't make sense to me that she would sound super American when I am the only American that she hears, you know? Like, yes, I am a huge part of her life, and I talk to her a lot, but like, she's going to school with 20-something, well, more than that, if you count the other classes, like a shit ton of little English kids, English teachers, all of Sam's family is English. Like, why does everybody think she sounds so American? It's so wild to me. Yeah, she's got that mid-Atlantic accent, yeah. The one that they used to use in old-timey movies. Yeah, I think it's her vowel sounds. She does lots of A's instead of A's and stuff like that. I mean, she was what, a year and a half when we moved? Something like that. My toddler says water like an American, and it's so funny to me. Oh. When Clark got her glasses, she kept calling them glasses, and everyone else said glosses. And she was like, I like calling them glasses. Can I keep calling them glasses? I was like, I mean, it's not incorrect. It's just a much more American way to say it. And she was like, well, I'm half American. And I was like, you are. If you look, if you want to say glasses, that's fine. It's, you know. How'd your music test go? We decided to redo it next week, but we did film it. We recorded it and we watched it over, and she was basically like, you did really, really well. 2 out of the 3 songs you absolutely crushed. I think that if we fixed like 2 or 3 things and recorded it again next week, instead of passing with a good grade, you could pass with distinction pretty easily. You just need to fix these couple of things. She's like, so if it's important to you, or if you're interested in doing it again and trying to get distinction, and again, as a mid-30s person, being like, it does matter to me if I get distinction in a singing exam, felt a little silly, but I was like, I want to try. And she was like, I think you should try. I think you can absolutely do it. So we're going to do it again next week. Yeah, I'm taking exams now, dude. I prepared 3 songs. So, honestly, the big issue right now is I've never tried to sing these songs without the music in front of me. And I knew this was going to be an issue. And I said this to her. I was like, so Gold Lion, I do not solidly know all the words to. The other 2 songs I think I do. And she was like, okay, well, you know, again, this is just, we're going to record it, but it doesn't have to be the one we submit. So we'll just see how it goes. And we recorded it, and every single song I had a point where I was like, fuck, what comes next? So I stumbled in every song at least a little. And she was like, if you could get rid of those stumbles and then, you know, like pitch correct in these places and like, you know, then you'd get an amazing score. So. Yeah, 3 whole songs. I haven't watched you since you had your kid. Nice to see your face again. Hello. Welcome. I just put this silly little ponytail in. You missed it. But welcome back. We're just hanging out. In about 10 minutes here, we're going to do some drawing. My kid is 5. So it's been a few years, yeah. You can have the words in front of you. You just get docked points if you're obviously reading, because a part of your score is the performance. And so if you are stumbling over the words or literally just reading the words, you get docked points. So if I want distinction, I need to know the words. So. But yeah, you can have the words in front of you. Yeah. And I did. But I still stumbled because I was trying to perform to the camera. And then I'd go, haha, fuck. Yep. Got it now. I didn't know you streamed. Hello. Getting flashbacks to gaming and anime news from way back when. Yeah. Yeah, I stream. I stream almost every day.
You should come hang out.
We have a good time here. And our community is very sweet. So. Oh, Pog. What did I want to say? Oh, as a heads up, before we start this drawing thing, I think for the most part you guys know this, but just so that I can say it out loud. I love to draw. I'm not particularly amazing at it. I'm still learning. I've been trying to put more time and effort into art again. So yeah, don't expect like hot shit out of me, you know? I don't want you guys like, wow, Dodger doing art streams. I can't wait. I can't wait to see the skill in action. Just like manage expectations, you know? But we're going to be co-streaming with Jaws, and Jaws is fucking incredible. Like, a really incredible artist, so. I started working on a picture of all of my characters from the IO games, and I wanted to put them in their Pride shirts. So, that's what I've been working on, so that's what I'm going to keep working on. Yeah, I'm not super happy with it right now. So when you see it, I'm gonna immediately be like, I hate this, and I hate this, and I hate this, and I hate this. Just like, it's part of my process, guys, okay? Just let me hate it, you know, at first. Yeah, it's like what we were talking about a while ago. When you're working on some kind of an art form, you hit walls where you're like, I'm garbage. But it's just your brain is growing. Your brain is noticing more garbage things. It's good. It's just upsetting. When your eyes are better than your hands. Exactly. And your hands have to catch up. And then you're like, oh my god, I'm amazing again. And then your eyes become better than your hands. And you're like, oh my god, it's terrible again. What happened? So. Kingdom 80s. Sorry, I just got a notification about Kingdom 80s. I put little pride flags on my OC's cheeks. That's cute. Yeah, I didn't know about that one. No, I haven't seen the trailer. I also forgot to watch the Good Omens trailer. Garbage. Yeah, like the game Kingdom, but set in the 80s, apparently. Me neither. I stay far away from trailers. They're so spoilery nowadays. It's true. Movie trailers? I do not see. I do not watch. Yeah, for me, it was not saying that you need to have a kid to get back into a hobby. But like, I used to draw all the time when I was younger. It was like my primary hobby. I loved it. I wanted to be a comic book artist when I was like really young. I found a bunch of old comics that I drew when I was a little kid. Holy shit, they're terrible. I love them. This was before I wanted to be a coroner and stuff, okay? This is before I got edgy, but, yeah, I loved it. I did art for so long, and then I got back into it in college a little bit because, I was doing, like, set design and costume design, and I had to draw mock-ups of, you know, props that we needed to make, and, hats and all sorts of shit like that. But it was very, like, I didn't put a whole lot of effort into it, you know? It was like, it's not about what's on the paper. It's about what I'm making, you know? So I didn't really put a whole lot of effort into it. And then I just stopped for years after that. Years. I didn't really draw at all. And then I had a kid. And it's so wild. This is gonna sound very like, kids just change your life, guy. But like, they can. I mean, they do, but like in ways that you weren't necessarily expecting them to. And a caveat, because there's some people in here that haven't like hung out with me since I had a kid. So just as a reminder, this is a very pro, you do not have to have kids channel. I have wanted to be a mom basically my whole life. I feel very fulfilled as a mom. I love raising a little human. Do not have a kid unless you 100% want a kid. There's so much work it's dude, it's so much. You don't have to have a kid to have a fulfilling, wonderful life. Okay, anyways, so I had my kid, right? And when you really loved like an art form of some kind, and then you kind of fall out of love with it because our adult brain, like, that was me. That was not your computer. It was me. Don't worry. And your adult brain is like, I don't need to spend time on this thing because, you know, if I'm not using it for work or I'm not like super successful at it as a hobby, then why bother? You know, our brains do that, right? They quantify like value in weird ways. And I had Clark, and it is so neat to watch a little person learn how to do something like drawing, because she just wants to draw all the time. She just wants to create things. And it's so, there's something like amazingly inspirational about watching a little kid do something just because it's fun. And there's literally no other reason that they want to do it. It's just fun. And they want to do it more, and they want to learn how to do it differently. And it's so cool. And she always wants me to draw with her, which is also super cool. So I'm drawing almost every day just because I have a kid in my house. And that's it. And that's it. So it's really fun. It's super, super cool. If there's a little kid in your life in one way or another, there's something really fulfilling about just like hanging out with them and being like, do you want to just like make a thing? Because they'll pretty much always say yes. It's very sweet. It gets you out of your place of like, why am I drawing? Because it's fun. Because it's fun. It doesn't have to be for anybody or for any reason, right? It's just fun to draw. It's never too late for anything. No! And that's why I started taking singing lessons. Because Clark and I sing all the time. We sing and we dance, and she makes up songs, and I was like, God, I spent my whole like my whole teen sort of years was me being like really insecure about music because my brother is so good at music. And that was not my brother's fault at all, right? It's just normal sibling shit. And I always thought to myself, like, it would be so cool to take singing lessons. And I would always talk myself out of it because it was like, but why? Why bother? I'm not going to be a singer, you know? But if you can get out of that mindset and be like, I'm going to take singing lessons because I want to take singing lessons. And I think it would be fun. And again, not all of this stuff is accessible to everybody. There's all sorts of variables there. But like, if you have the means to do a thing that you think will make you happy, then I think it's worth it to try and do it, right? Oops, it's past 1. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see if we can get this stuff working, and then we'll give Jaws a call. You did all those songs with Time Run and Warp Zone, guys. That's true, I did, yeah. That's true. That was fun too. I think I can use my XP pen stand, but for the iPad. We're gonna try. don't look in there. Don't worry about that. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's perfect! Look at that! Oh my gosh, this is perfect. Look at this. This is, the new Apple Pen that I got. Or not Apple Pen, but like just a tablet pen. It's so much nicer than the other one that we had. Because I can actually charge it. The other one, the like normal Apple Pen, I couldn't get to charge. Nightmare. Okay, let's turn some of this stuff off. And I'll get it. Nope. Get the screen link streaming. Yeah, if you'd like to art with us, feel free. Okay. God, I hate Dash in this picture. I've redrawn Dash in this picture like 8 times. It's so annoying. Deactivate and then reactivate. Why aren't you working, Screen Link? Why aren't you working? I'm so annoyed. One sec. Oops. Screenlink unexpectedly quit. Did I get here just in time for art? Yeah. Except it's being a butthead. No! Why does it keep... Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Might be because it's trying to like send the information while also saying that ScreenLink is frozen. Are you done for real this time? Oops. What? I'm sorry, guys. This is so annoying. Talk amongst yourselves, dude. We've almost done it. We've almost done it, guys. Shush, shush, shush. You're gonna slow cook chicken this weekend. Nice. Okay. Cool. Then that's it. What do you mean? Okay. What is happening? So are we good or what? I'm gonna scream. I might scream. This was working just fine earlier. It was working just fine. What the fuck? Just say yes. Why? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't... Maybe I'll just turn the whole thing off. Maybe I'll try turning it off and off and off and on again. How... Can you tell I don't use my iPad super often? I'm like, how do I turn this off? Try rebooting. That's literally what I'm trying to do right now. How do I turn you off? I've already held down the phone. Do you think I would not have tried the power button? There we go. Thank you. It's the person who said power and volume down. That is not intuitive, is it? Okay. Let's try turning it back on. That's me. Okay. I had an exam recently and I had to Google how to turn my iPhone off. Like, why doesn't just the power button work anymore? It's fine. Not charging. Yeah, okay. Oops. It's made me do the same shit all over again. I'm just annoyed, okay? Because we were good. I was responsible. I got this set up ahead of time, and now look at us. Oops. Yeah. It was like, Dodger, prepared, not on my watch. Absolutely not. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to take a quick break and sort this out because I'm getting so frustrated. I'll be right back. Okay. I think maybe we can get it working now. If I go to this, why are you doing that? Why aren't you showing my screen? Which is what I've asked you to do. I guess I'll just delete this source and just add a new one. That's me. That's not what we want, though. Why? 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 Okay. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Double check that screen recording is enabled on here. I can't imagine why it wouldn't be. It is. Hi. Hi, everybody. Why? 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 Deactivate. No. Activate. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Why was everything working fine before? I literally don't know what to do. This is buck wild. Unplug it. Thank you. What's the issue? I'm trying to use screen link, and it's always worked just fine for me. And now that I'm trying to use it on stream, it won't work. It just does this. I've tried restarting the iPad. No, I made sure it was all working right before I streamed. Reinstall the app. Ugh, that's annoying. Sure, I will. I will reinstall the app. And I'll delete this. Yeah, I will. Okay. Yeah, I know, thanks. Okay. Alright, you piece of shit. Alright, bitch. Yeah, I'm trying to use my iPad because the thing that I wanted to work on is, I've been working on Procreate. So I was like, oh, I'll just use my iPad today, but she makes me want to scream! Okay. Screen link. Start broadcasting. What? 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 Yeah, I'm wondering if I need to restart. That was the last thing I wanted to have to do, is restart my stream. I'll be right back. Yep, I just needed to turn the stream off. It's annoying. But here we are. Here it is. It's working. Oh, you can't see them very well. They're all so... Hold on. It's because... Wait a sec. No, come on. I have the opacity on all of these turned way down. Hold on. Whoa, you still can't see them very well. Why is that? That's so weird. Oh, they're frozen. Why is it frozen? I'm begging you. Yeah. Dude. Oh my god. Okay. We got there. I'm calling Jaws. Jaws, save me!
Oh boy, that was loud. Hello.
Hi, bud.
Hello.
Dude,
I heard you had some technical issues.
I was in tech hell, yeah.
I told my chat that I was sympathizing deeply with you because I get tilted having 10 people in my stream when I have tech issues and having like 500 plus trying to give you feedback like, have you just tried XYZ would send me into space.
Yeah, and I kept thinking to myself, I'm probably gonna have to close OBS, but I was trying to do anything possible to not have to close OBS, and in the end, that's all I had to do was just reopen OBS, and it all worked fine. So,
yeah, it's usually OBS. When I think Arnar told me that you use Elgato, and I was like, yeah, Elgato is always super problematic in an OBS for some reason.
yeah, I've never had trouble with ScreenLink before, but I'm realizing I've never tried to use ScreenLink to stream, and I was like, that might be why.
Yeah, I always have issues with Elgato when I wanna play games.
Let me start a I'm gonna put your name in my title now that they've got the linky stuff you can do.
Oh, can you do that with like plebeian affiliates?
I think so. I think you can link to anybody, can't you, chat? I'm pretty sure.
I would be so not surprised if that was like, no, partners only.
God, I hope not. They already only let you squad stream with specific people, which is so silly.
I full disclosure, I've never done it before, so I have no idea. Do I have to do anything, or can I just sit there and smile?
Yeah, it worked. It worked. There we go.
Oh, wow.
Wow, 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 wow.
Wow. Incredible.
There we go. Yeah! Okay, so now in the title, there's a link to Jaws' stream as well, if you would like to go and watch.
Sweet.
What are you working on?
I am drawing the final piece of the Pride series that I've been doing.
Wait, I'm gonna open your stream. I want to see.
Oh yeah, let me zoom out so you can actually see the whole thing. Alert. Oh, is the sound.
Is it a croc?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I love it. That's so good.
Thank you. So in true me fashion, I don't know. I think you saw the snake one, right? Because I think I shared
Yes,
it
the
in your
snake one is
stream.
so good. I actually still have the
you.
snake one open on my
Oh.
browser because I love it. Yeah.
Thank you. So I made a snake for angry, and then I made a horse for sad, and then this one is gonna be for hopeful.
Oh,
And
I like
first,
that.
I drew a raccoon because I was like, everybody fucking loves a raccoon. Oh, sorry, can I cuss? I
Oh,
cuss
of
a lot.
course. Yeah, you can
Okay.
cuss as much as you want.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. And everybody loves a raccoon. I was like, but it's also kind of a lot of people have already done raccoons in like trans imagery,
Mm.
and it's also not very much me because I don't do cutesy shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I was like, what looks very happy? A crocodile that famously everybody finds really hideous.
No, I love crocodile, and I think that that's perfect for it. It looks great so far.
Thank you. What are you working on your little characters?
Yeah, I'm drawing all my characters that I've played in my friend Brett's games, and I wanted to put them all in like their pride shirts. But I'm still,
Oh, that's cute.
yeah, I'm still like working on how I want them to look. I'm not happy with how any of them look, so I'm still fucking around with them a little bit.
Oh.
So.
Well, like I told you, I'm one hundo and undo, not a teacher, but if there's any kind of feedback or I hate to say advice because that makes it sound like I know what I'm doing, but if there's anything I can aid with.
Thank you. You're very sweet. Yeah, I don't know. I know that this is something that just comes with time, but I have a lot of trouble with like poses that don't look really like stilted, you know?
What do you mean? You don't want to do the infamous T-pose every time?
Or just like, yeah, you know, I'll pose a person and I'll think this is going to look really dynamic, and then it doesn't. And I know it has to do with like, I know there's so many variables that go into posing a character in a way that looks like natural and interesting and all of that, but
Yeah. Character art in general is so tricky. I mean, not to sound like the tried and tired trope, but I've been drawing all of my life, and I still think drawing people are really tricky. As late as yesterday, I started a piece because this is gonna sound like such a humble brag, but I'm gonna be in a book not too far from now. I've been in several projects by these people before. Some people might be familiar with them. They're called the Dames team. So they released their main book is Dames, and then they released Bushidogs, I think, and then Horns.
oh,
And
cool.
now they're working on a new. I don't think I can talk about it yet, so I can't like disclose the team. But I started working
fair.
on the characters yesterday, and I was like, ugh, why am I doing this to myself?
That's cool though. Do you do a lot of like zines and stuff, or oh no?
If I can be like completely honest, not as much as I probably could hustle my way into, because I'm old. And a lot of scenes are run by people who are much younger than me. And I actually said this earlier on my stream today, that I am a very anomaly in like being a creative, because I'm incredibly strict and punctual, and I'm very structured. And that is not
Right.
me being like braggy, because it's also the downside is that I get very impatient and upset with other people.
I got you.
So
It's harder to be sort of like, yeah, we'll just like feel it out.
Yeah, exactly. I get very anal. And a lot of these are kind of willy-nilly run YOLO big time energy, and I'm just like, but I need deadlines, and I need people to
Right.
be respectful and be punctual. So
Right.
and there's also weirdly a lot of drama going on in the zine scene, because
Really?
you know, again, yeah, a lot of young people, a lot of butting heads, a lot of strong opinions and stuff
Sure.
like that. And me sitting there like granny jaws going like, I'm like 10 plus years too old for this.
I don't want to do this right now. Yeah. What is... Oh no, I think I put some stuff on the wrong layer. I did.
Oh no.
I did. That's why this looked weird. That's okay.
Yeah, I was thinking about it since you mentioned it a while back that you found like character stuff so tricky, and it's such a difficult thing to give any sort of reliable, cohesive feedback on because people are so different, you know, people come to art so differently and with
Yeah.
different skill sets and different backgrounds and different wants and needs for what they want to do, right? Like some people just want to draw funny memes and some people
For
want to do
sure.
big illustrations. But I've been asked so many times doing this, like, how do you get good? Which is such a, you know, it's an impossible question to answer because people want the people think that professional artists are in this like hidden Discord where we share all our best brushes and all the hidden ninjutsu techniques and shit like that to just get good overnight.
Right.
And the boring answer is you literally just have to draw a lot. And that's not what people want to hear, right? And especially in today's fast-paced society, people just they want to get good today. And
Yeah. But even if you find that a lot of the basic stuff comes easy, it's still going to be a lot of work, right?
yeah,
It's still
yeah.
a lot of work to get where you want to be.
100%. And that's why I always stress that because I think something that a lot of people fuss over when they're more attacking you from a hobby angle is that they want to get a cohesive style and a cohesive skill set. And what I always say is you just gotta draw a lot
Yeah.
and you gotta try to have fun, which is so difficult. It's so difficult to turn off the monkey brain who's like, please, I need to be good today. I need to be a master.
Right. Yeah. I was talking about that a little bit before all the tech issues. But yeah, I think like watching my kid start to draw more and more has helped a lot with that because she's just drawing because it's fun to draw and she learns how to
Yeah.
draw a new thing because she wants to know how to draw that thing, you know? And I'm like, God, it's so simple. That's what it should be for adults most of the time too, right? It's like I just want to learn how to draw this thing, so I'm just going to draw it over and over again until I learn how to draw the thing, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And like your kid doesn't have the pressure of social media, which a lot of people do today, where you feel
Yeah.
like you constantly have to be relevant, which is also such a downfall to creativity in general.
Yeah. Um, someone was asking what all of their flags are, so I'm gonna just write them with their names.
Cute. I'm looking at your piece and I think it looks very, very cute so far.
Thanks.
When you were talking about I don't get poses. I quite literally expected to see like a bunch of T-posing characters. So I'm very, very impressed.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's just like I don't know, trying to like I drew them all together at first and then I redrew them individually on separate layers so I could sort of like move them around. But and now I feel like I've almost confused myself more. Does that make sense?
Yeah, drawing is weird. It's weird to try to explain to people who also don't draw.
Yeah. Um, so yeah, this is.
Yeah, if you have any art related questions, I will do my best to answer, but I can't promise anything.
Thanks. What was I doing here?
Poe's cute. Yeah, she's cute.
She was a phase 1.5 character, so she was never in the streamed stuff. She was my little artificer.
Cute.
And she was very fun to play. Because I just decided that she eats stuff all the time.
Like no matter what?
Yeah.
Or food?
It was just really fun to RP. Yeah, like anytime we found a weird plant or something, I would just eat it, and then Brett would make me roll to see whether or not it was poisonous. And that was really fun. I was like, Poe could die at any moment, dude. It's
Oh my god. Is Brett the person with the raccoon?
Yes.
avatar?
Yeah, when you were talking about raccoons, I was like, oh, like Brett. Yeah.
Cute. Yeah, I've visited their stream from time to time. It's very, very pleasant energy.
Yeah.
Are you still in sessions with Nick?
Yeah, we're on break right now.
Oh, okay.
Just like a bunch of life shit kept happening to everybody, and we were like, maybe we'll take like a month, and in a month we'll we'll revisit and come back, sort of a thing.
Fair.
Yeah. Are you playing at all currently?
Speaking of hiatus, we had one really fun like project that we started last year, where I don't know if you've remotely seen the character, but it's where I played the big girl with the cloth over her face.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
I love
yeah.
all of your art of her.
Thank you. So yeah, her name is Claymore, and she was my very religious cleric. It's very fun as someone who's very not religious myself to play someone who's very devoted.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we also, because, you know, playing D&D as adults is so tricky because suddenly life and...
Yes, things get in the way all the time to like just
Yeah.
consistently do a thing like that.
Absolutely, like being a bigger group of adults trying to align your schedule is... Ugh.
It's hard, yeah.
So it's kind of an indefinite hiatus, and if I were to guess by now, the hiatus has been so long that I kind of get the feeling that we're maybe just going to do like an off-screen wrap-up, like, so this kind of happened because we didn't have that many sessions left
Yeah.
to wrap it all up, and at some point it sounds weird, and people are probably of very different opinions, but I'm of the opinion that at some point your game kind of expires.
Oh,
Because-
like it's just hard to pick it up again at a certain point. Yeah.
Because you kind of have lost the steam and the relationship with not only your character, but like the NPCs, and suddenly you, at least me who's name blind, I'm like, who was that again?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I totally get that.
Which is, I feel like a very sadly natural route of adult D&D.
Yeah.
I'm really hungry to play again, I have to say.
Oh, I thought you meant just in general. I was like, eat.
No, sorry. Probably weird phrasing out of left field. This is the beauty of being ESL, is that you choose a lot of like colorful vocabulary.
I like it though. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm very eager to play again.
Mm.
Just to play in general, because the fun thing is that despite me having raging social anxiety and being very like weirdly stoic and shy in a lot of instances, when I can RP, I let loose.
Yeah. I always find that really interesting because I know so many people where it's kind of the opposite. Like they're really outgoing until they have to like improv, and then you know, and then they're like, I don't know what to do here.
Yeah, it's like they get weirdly suddenly self-conscious, but I think I spend so much of my day-to-day life being insanely self-conscious and scared that once I can RP and be someone else, like, oh, this is what it feels to be fucking confident or
Right.
whatever.
Yeah, I think that's totally works. Yeah.
Hi, Summer.
Mother, I crave fantasy violence. Yeah. Aylis's face is driving me crazy. It's like shaped weird. I think it's oops, it's this. Sorry. I have a stabilization on and I never draw with stabilization, and it's really weird to get used to.
Oh yeah, stabilizes. This is something that apparently blows a lot of people's mind when they visit my stream for the first time because I draw in a very old version of Photoshop. My version is like over 10 years old,
Yeah.
which you know is a relic in tech terms.
Right, yeah.
And then people watch me ink and they're like, so how do you get clean lines? And I'm like, I've just done this my entire life, so I practice. I don't use stabilizer. And there's so few people who don't use stabilizers today. And I'm always like, use stabilizers because it kills your wrists to not do it. So please don't be me. But also, I could never use stabilizer because I would go mad over the lack of control.
Yeah. I just picked a pen and it already had a stabilizer on it in Procreate. And I was like, okay. I mean, this is helpful. It's making everything really clean. But sometimes when I try to do something, I should probably just turn the stabilization way lower than it naturally is. Because sometimes I'll try to do something and it's like, but don't you want that to be a straight line? And I'm like, no, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I found. And I'm sure this is just like getting used to something where if you know just how the stabilizer works, you don't get this problem. But whenever I drew on an iPad, I found myself getting way too clean lines where they were too round or too straight.
Mm. Yeah. And this is Dash and his face make me mad. I hate his face right now and I don't know what to do with it.
Is Dash the himbo character you
Yeah, Dash is my big boy.
Respectfully, when I'm terrible at like keeping up with other people's games, but when I tuned in once to just catch like 5 minutes because it's like this weird thing where I don't know your friends, but I know them through you.
Yeah.
So it's this like comforting vibe of listening to friends play together. So sometimes I just leave it on to have that comfort. And when you were playing Dash, I was like, oh my god, Dodger is so hot in this character.
Oh, thank you.
Again, respectfully, I don't mean that like weird.
That's very sweet. Yeah, he's very fun to play. I normally play assholes. And I was like, I need to play a sweet boy. And it's been very difficult. Because I also decided that he's a himbo, right? So he's a dum-dum. And sometimes there are moments where I really want to do what my other characters would do, which is like interject a whole bunch of opinionated shit. And I'm like, he doesn't have any opinions on this. I have to just like stay quiet.
Oh my god, I relate to this because my character Claymore, she has 0 spatial awareness and like 0 social antennas. And I, in real life, I am very like cued into how other people behave around me and like everything that's going on at any given time.
Yeah.
So having to play someone who's just like so oblivious and so just like, I'm gonna go in here and do dumb shit. I'm just like, no! Like, I always have to say, like, me, Jaws the player, would never do this, but Claymore will do this.
Right. It's like when you and again, because I play so many assholes, I've had to do this a lot. It's like when you do something really mean and then you feel like you have to send a message immediately after to the person like, I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah,
that was them. God. That wasn't me. I know you know that. I just need to say sorry.
But I think that's so important, though. I don't think people emphasize check-in enough after a game if it's been... I have not been in this position myself because my group is like, our characters get along in the crew.
Yeah.
But I think it's so important if you have characters butting heads in any way that you check in afterwards. It was like, hey, I was role-playing. Like, I'm not mad at you.
Yeah. Specifically in... Godforged, we had a couple of times after session where we were all like, hey, can we check in with everybody? Because sometimes you really do, like, you get actually invested in a moment and you feel yourself actually getting upset. And even if your brain is like, we're playing characters, it's not real, you're still like, you still got upset, right? It's just nice to be like, is everybody okay? Are we all okay?
Yeah, 100%. I super agree. I don't know if you've ever listened to a show called Dungeons and Daddies.
Yes. Yes, I love Dungeons and Daddies.
Same. It's so fantastically chaotic. I would
Yeah.
go nuts playing in that crew, but like I love listening to them.
Yes.
They're a whole ass mood.
Yeah.
And the way they fight sometimes has me going like, I'm uncomfortable listening to this.
Yeah. Or sometimes they'll say a thing. One of them will say sort of like a backhanded thing about another person in the group, and I'm like, they're friends. They're allowed to do that. But oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah.
I as a chronic people pleaser and as someone who's very blunt, so I get misunderstood at the time, I've had to like reshape my vocabulary a lot. This is the curse of being Norwegian and then adopting like a very American approach to English, because then people find you very scary.
Right.
So I'm so hyper aware of how I express myself most of the time to not offend anyone, and then I hear these people just like, nah, fuck that, I'm gonna be super offensive, and I'm sitting over here like, ah,
Can you do that? Yeah.
is that legal?
Is that allowed?
That's illegal. Speaking of Pride, though, are you celebrating anything this year, or are you just vibing?
There aren't. I was looking to see if there's any like meetups or like pride events at all near where I am, and there really aren't. Like I'd have to basically do like a day trip into London to participate in anything, which I might still do, but I wish that there was. I would love to like meet people and connect with people locally. There just isn't. There isn't really much going on here, unfortunately. What about you?
So the thing is, I don't know if you saw this, and I don't need to like go super into the details because it's kind of heavy, but there was like an attack in Oslo last year,
Right. Yeah.
and the general environment this year is so hostile because I angry tweeted publicly about this, that last year there was we celebrated the 50th anniversary of gay rights in Norway. Like it had been legal to be gay for 50 years basically.
Right.
And you could tell that everyone wanted to cash in on that. So suddenly I was like, wow, we are really progressive because everyone is celebrating it and everyone is so supportive and flags everywhere, left, right, and center. And I was like, okay, so this is really good. And then this year, no one is giving a shit. Like, no one is flagging. A lot of people refuse to flag. And I'm like, okay, so it was clearly just to cash in on the 50th anniversary, and then nobody cares again. And with everything on top of the attack last year, I'm just like, I don't think I feel comfortable, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have this term. We would call that like rainbow capitalism. Like when companies use like pride events or like the LGBTQIA community like to make money, basically.
Yeah. I think I just allowed myself to get fooled last year by going, oh no, we are a progressive country. If people here love us. And then it was like, no, they just love money. And I think I felt very embarrassed by that. So this year, instead of being like happy pride, I'm just like angry pride.
Yeah, that sucks though.
Yeah.
I hope you get to do something fun, even if it's like a personal thing, you know?
I'm actually, not to be like completely fucking self-plugging, but I am, this year I started a podcast with a friend of mine. And for June, we are doing a Yaoi special.
Nice, okay.
So yesterday I actually recorded the first episode where I am like, let me take you to class. Let me be your teacher. This is the story of Yaoi. And I was so nervous because presentation stuff always makes me fucking sweaty. But
Sure.
I asked my co-host, Paul is his name, afterwards, like, did you have fun? Like, be honest. He was like, yeah, I was really surprised. I had a lot of fun. I was like, oh. So I'm gonna have to edit that, and it's gonna be out next Friday. And then we're reading Fake and New York, New York.
Nice, okay.
And then talking about them, because the podcast is about comics. So that's what we like talk about every episode.
What other comics have you guys done, or are you gonna do?
We have, oh my god. I think so far we've done like 8 episodes. I started
Arma says
remembering.
your podcast is great.
Oh, thank you. When I see listeners in the wild that I don't necessarily know personally, because I of course spam my friends, so I'm like, listen to this, please. But I don't expect strangers to give us a shot. I'm always like, oh my god, I've been opinionated in public. But we have talked about stuff like The Magic Fish by Trungles, Loridine Keeps Breaking Up With Me, Step by Bloody Step, Uzumaki by Junji Ito.
God,
Yeah,
I love
we
Uzumaki.
Same. I'm a slut for Junji Ito in general. I love that his art is so degenerate, and then he just seems like rays of sunshine.
Dude, I will never get over watching interviews of him because, yeah, he seems like such a sweet, normal dude. And then you look at his stuff and you're like, it's great, yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and I always love the juxtaposed to Miyazaki, who is like depression personified, and then his work is so cheerful and hopeful and beautiful.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah, we're trying to do a lot of different stuff because I know that I'm such a picky bitch, so if I were the only one to decide, we would do a lot of not mainstream stuff, but we try to do a little. We did, for example, Witch Hat Atelier recently, just volume 1 though.
Oh god. I love that manga so much. Have you read more of it?
No, I have the 3 first volumes, and I promised Paul I would check them out to see if we should revisit it later on, like maybe do like a couple more volumes further into the podcast, but none of us were super won over by volume 1 because, I mean, again, we're very old and we've read so much manga and watched so much anime that it felt very tried and tired. Like I kept calling Kifrey, or however you pronounce it, like Witch Kakashi, because a lot of characters were very Naruto adjacent.
Sure.
But the art is stunning.
Yeah, the art is incredible. Well, I think you'd really... I don't know. I really liked it the more that I read of it, so if you wind up reading more of it, I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, like I said, I even mentioned this in the episode that I have a toxic trait of buying several volumes before trying something out.
Oh my god. Yeah. I've been trying to like be better about that. If I just convince myself I'm gonna love a thing, I'll go too hard on it at the start. So yeah, I get that.
Yeah, it's really not a healthy trait for my wallet, because I also have this very dumb thing because I'm not on purpose a hipster. So I don't like a lot of mainstream stuff, and that's not because I think it makes me cool or edgy, it's because I'm a bitch. So I keep giving every mainstream stuff the benefit of the doubt because I want in on the hype too, right? I don't want to sit here in my glass cage of emotion and be like, I don't like it.
Sure.
So every single time I go in with like an open heart, and every time I'm just like, I don't get it. I don't get the general public. It's me, it's not them.
I bought Saga and I still haven't touched it. No! Oh, I love Saga. I am not caught up on Saga at all, but I love it.
Yeah, I read many volumes many years ago because I think to this day it's always mentioned like you have to read it. So.
Yeah. I've never heard of Jaws, but I already love them. Go watch Jaws streams. An absolutely lovely person.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to pull myself together. I'm usually way more bitchy.
Bitchy?
You know, it's again the culture clash that Norwegians are very blunt and very direct. It's a Germanic thing in general. Like, Germanic people are very... It's because of our language. It doesn't translate well to English. So people are like, oh, she's being rude and mean. I'm like, no, dude, I'm just holding a conversation.
Yeah, that is an interesting thing to get used to, is like, especially if you've only really lived or talked to people in one area, the culture shock of realizing that like the way people communicate can be so different even if you speak the same language is like, like just learning like this person isn't trying to be rude or like anything like, you know, like it's just different ways to communicate. Yeah.
Yeah, for years I was told that I'm very scary, that people
Oh.
perceive me as very scary. And then I became friends with a German, and she was like, "No, no, no, you're just Germanic. I get the same all the time. It's because A, you're a woman, but you don't behave like a typical stereotypical woman. You're much more like male adjacent in your writing and stuff. Like I write very directly, and then you're also Germanic, so people expect you to be very cute and ditzy and dainty, and then you're just like, no, fuck off." So I was like, oh, so that's why. Okay.
I'm realizing I should probably bring up pictures of the flags that are going on these people's shirts.
I always forget the order. Like, I've drawn the trans flag so many times, and I still forget the order of the white, pink, and blue.
Okay. I'm realizing I should probably bring them up on the iPad so that I can pull the colors. That's okay, I'll do that later. That sounds like a pain in the ass, so I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm gonna pull Coco. No! This way. Oh my god, me too. The non-binary and the ace flags, I get mixed up all the time. I'm so glad I'm not alone.
I'm very ashamed to admit that there's so many pride flags that I continuously have to Google because I'm like, what is that? I don't know. There's so many of them, and I don't try to be disrespectful, and I have no issue with there being a billion flags. It's just that, again, the same as name blindness. I'm just like, I don't know which one of these is like asexual and gray sexual, and
yeah. Oh no. I can't remember how to find that. There we go. Coco, I hope she makes all the besties. She's gonna, dude.
How is Coco as a character?
She's very fun. She's a little kobold, and she has zero ability to pick up on if somebody is trying to be mean or malicious at all.
Oh no.
So she thinks everyone she's ever met is her best friend, and she treats them as such. She's been like basically actively threatened by another player character, and she'll tell everybody that they're besties. She just doesn't get it. It's a very freeing character to play. Just like, yep, there's nothing wrong, everything's good.
Oh, she sounds so cute though.
She's fun, yeah.
Are you playing her in Brett's game too, or something else?
She's when Brett started his Kickstarter for his fishing stuff, she's one of the fishing characters.
Fishing stuff? I don't think I know of this.
Yeah, he did a Kickstarter for basically a supplemental book to use with D&D or like other games that it that it can work cohesively with, but it's entirely focused on like how to incorporate like fun fishing mechanics into a game. So he's done a bunch of sessions that are entirely fishing sessions, and so we all like made characters for them, and they're very fun.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I wonder what it is with fishing.
I don't know, dude. No, people love fishing in games and stuff. What game is Coco in? Yeah, she's Why Slay Dragons When You Could Be Fishing, I think is what it wound up being called. And her first session is the one with, if you wind up looking for it, chat, there's it's a rotating cast, but the first session she was in was with Gabe and Tomato and Crowned, I think. But Tomato's character like basically implied he was going to murder her, and she went on to tell everybody like,
the Dredger's my best friend in the whole world.
So
living dangerously, in other words.
Yeah. She's lived this long, you know?
That is fair. That is fair.
Lobos! That's who it was. Do you have any characters that you've made that like you've really wanted to play but haven't had an opportunity? Or do you tend to make characters like for games specifically?
I made one character. I think I drew you like a gift drawing of a made-up sibling of them.
Yes,
like,
I remember
years
that.
ago.
Yeah, I was literally thinking about that because, sorry, not to cut you off, because
No.
because I had commissioned the Wazy and Sterling picture from you, and I remembered that you also did that. It was the Tiefling, right? The Tiefling character.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
No, you're fine. I was looking through. I was gonna bring it up on stream to show. Her name is Rosetta is her full name, but Ro for short. And I initially made her just like as a prompt because I did one of those like first answer is X, second answer is Y.
Oh,
like, yeah. So people basically built her together, and the only thing I decided is that I gave her what in Norwegian is called bunad, which is our folk clothing.
Cute.
And then we have, because, you know, stuff like that is steeped in old-timey, we have, like, male and female clothing. So I put her in the male one because that will make all the purists, like, lose their absolute fucking collective mind.
Yeah, it looks so good!
Thank you. I'm trying to look for... When the fuck did I draw the one for you? That was like, oh yeah, here she is. Here's... the counterpart, the sibling that I...
Yes, they're so cute.
So that's one that I made. I made her back in actually 2020. And I've never been able to play with her.
Oh.
Yes, it is Thundergrab. It is Telemark Spunad. So this kind of clothing is region-based. So if you listen to like the stickler rules, you're only allowed to have the sort of clothing from your region.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So if you have relatives or if you're married or whatever to people from different regions, then you are allowed to also draw from those regions. But today it's completely YOLO hour. Like you can wear whatever the fuck you want.
Was it like up until kind of recently that was more strict, or not really?
I would say that even to this day there are a lot of sticklers because like I shit a lot of my country because people think it's very progressive and nice here, but it's also very, very rule based. Like we have a lot of weird ass ethic rules and stuff like that. So people are very stranger danger alert here at any given time.
Okay.
And I told my mom in my maybe mid-20s that I really wanted this particular bunad. Like, it looks completely different in real life because I completely changed the colors, but the cutting is the same. And I was like, I really want the male bunad from this region. And she was like, you can't because you're a woman and people would actually faint. It's like, okay.
What if I want people to faint, Mom?
What if that's the effect I'm going for? So yeah, to this day, I've never seen someone gender bend bunad, actually.
Oh, interesting.
Because I think it is, to this day, seen as a little disrespectful. But, I mean, I wouldn't have an issue doing it because I also have a literal peach pussy tattooed on the inside of my arm, so I don't really give a fuck what people think of me.
Oh my god, I forgot about that tattoo. It's so good, though. It's such a good tattoo.
Thank you. I have to say, I'm very fond of it. Not just because it's incredibly vulgar, but also because the reason I got it for the charity stuff.
Someone said there's a non-gendered one that's new.
Oh yeah, that has to be incredibly recent because, yeah. Norway is not progressive when it comes to gender norms. Like, our trans care and hair is terrible.
God, are there places where trans care isn't terrible?
I mean, that's a loaded question. I think there's places it
Stares
less
into the
bad.
middle distance. Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
I'd argue there's nowhere it's great. But I do know that here we're regressing. We are making it much harder to get gender affirming care and stuff like that. So yeah. It's a fucking clown fiesta because yeah, nothing is more scary than trans people, I guess.
Yeah. Size.
Yeah, like shakes fist into the horizon.
Yeah.
I think it's like with everywhere, it's the vocal minority that is just making themselves very heard and very known. And I just have to believe and think that the vast majority of people are either indifferent or cool with it.
Yeah.
But then we have the 1% just like, I don't like it because change is scary.
I wasn't expecting that to be the way that you characterized that person.
I'm very scared.
I mean, that's what it is at the end of the day, right? These
Yeah.
people are scared, and they manifest their fright by being less than ideal people.
Yeah.
I always try to not to be like, I see stuff from both angles, because these people can literally just eat a fart and fly into space, but I also try to be a little more mature when discussing it, because if I just say these people suck pee pee poo poo and I hate them, then I also just kind of fall to their level, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah. You want to try to understand why someone might be being might be scared or be being influenced into being scared by other things and stuff.
Yeah, and I also think that the moment you get very hostile to these people, which is a natural response, because why shouldn't you? Because it's not very nice. But I do think that they will just double down even harder, because that's kind of the reaction they want, right? They want to be opposed, and they want to be right, and they want to be the sad little minority.
Yeah.
So if they get validated in that, then also they're just gonna keep their weird ass agenda going. But yeah, not to make your chat right into politics.
It's totally fine.
I know you have a very chill vibe, and this is what I mean. Like, I just like blurt stuff like this out of my stream all the time, because I have 5 people here, so we can sit and like scream at each other in agreement, but that's
No,
not
it's
usually
all
so
fine.
peaceful.
I think even bringing something like that up briefly is sometimes helpful, because it doesn't get brought up often enough for people to necessarily always know like where I stand on things, you know?
Yeah, that's at least something that I found myself kind of stuck in, because for years I was very terrified of voicing my opinions and stances on stuff like this, and, you know, the whole both like Me Too and Black Lives Matters movement, because I never felt intelligent enough to voice anything, and I was like,
Totally get that. Yeah.
I should just sit and educate myself, which most of the time I do. like in many of these cases, I'm not the person who should be the voice of reason. I should educate myself. But at some point I realized I also don't want literal trash people to stick around me because it seems like I don't have a solid stance on this.
Yeah.
So I eventually managed to get a little braver and being like, hey, if you don't think that old people are worth equally much, then you can, fuck off.
Eat a fart, as you said earlier.
Yeah,
I'm going to start using that. That's very
Eat
good.
a fart and sail into space.
Yeah, it's really good.
Just get out of here. But I super get that it's also so tricky when you have a larger platform in any way, shape, or form that it quickly turns into a fucking clown fiesta when you say anything, right?
Sure.
So for the sake of sanity, it's much better to just be like, smile and nod. God, why did I choose a crocodile who has like 5,000 scales?
'Cause it's cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. They're cuties.
I heard the term suck an egg somewhat recently, and it has the same energy as eat a fart. God, I used to hear suck an egg all the time as a kid. That one's been around for a long time, I feel like.
Oh, that's upsetting. As someone who doesn't, first of all, I can't eat eggs because of an intolerance, and second of raw eggs, just not to yuck anybody's yum if that's your yum, super valid, but to me it's gross hours. Yeah, that's upsetting.
Okay, yeah. Buy flag is very easy, thank goodness. Here you go, Dash, just for you. Okay.
Oh, I have a fun questions about your characters if you're comfortable answering.
Sure. Yeah. What's up?
Who's most open about their sexual identity?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I don't think that. Hold on. Let's see. It never came up with Poe because it just never came up. There were the only other like woman in the group was a kid, if I recall correctly.
Ah.
And it was a storyline where it was like you've woken up and there's no people. Like you've been asleep, you don't know how long. You've woken up and there's no one around, right? So like it just never came up with Poe.
Was it Breath of the Wild?
Yeah, it was a Breath of the Wild campaign. Alis was pretty open by the end, but he was like a young teenager when I was playing him, so Dash is literally dating a dude right now, so I guess he's pretty open.
Is it one of the other players?
Yeah, it's Summer's character.
How do you find that? I have never had like a romantic encounter with anyone in D&D, so I always wonder how that is to RP.
It's been fun, yeah. Summer and I just sort of like we decided ahead of time that our characters like knew each other from when they were kids, and then it just kind of like developed naturally, like in session. But yeah, Dash is dating 2 people. Yeah, that's fair. The other character, this is gonna sound really convoluted, but the other character watched themselves blow up and then was brought back to life, and the trauma like created like a protector personality. So
Okay.
Dash is like technically dating 2 people.
Oh. To kind of like nurture their damaged mind, or to just be like a good guy?
Yeah, he's trying just not to make it worse, you know.
Okay.
I didn't know there were going to be spoilers. I don't know that we've said any spoilers, really. Unless, I mean, if you were here, then this, A-list being gay is a thing that you've already found out. Like now. I don't think that was mentioned at all until literally the finale. Hi, Sinvicta! What about Michael the Vampire? Michael the Vampire wasn't an IO character, so he's not in here, but Michael's down for whatever. Michael, look. Michael was turned in the 70s. He's really like old-fashioned about some things, but like other things he's realized like who gives a shit, you know?
That's amazing. In my campaign, since my character is very religious, she goes to like church-like buildings a lot to pray.
Uh-huh.
And in her starter village and or city, there was a priestess who was a very unconventional, and she wasn't within the religion of my character. She was just like, I allow you to whatever you pray to, you're allowed in my house.
Okay.
But I think I just applied too much of like real life roles to this priestess because she started simping hard for my character. I was like, I was not expecting the nun to go hard for my very religious baby girl.
No.
Which was very funny.
Uh-oh. I'm realizing I think this froze again. Activate. Uh-oh. Come here. What happened? Oh, yeah. It's stopped sharing.
Uh-oh.
There we go. Yeah, okay, we're good. Sorry. I was paying attention, I swear. I was just also dealing
No
with this.
worries. I super get it. Tech issues are my literal form of purgatory. I like to think I'm a relatively chill person, but give me tech issues and I turn into a little rage baby.
Oh, God. Just gets so annoying, don't they? Coco doesn't want to kiss anyone. Coco just wants everyone to be her best friend. Kissing is cool and all, but have you tried having a best friend? Yes, exactly. That's what her shirt should say.
Kissing is for nerds.
Do you feel like you play a lot of characters that are like self-inserts, or do you play mostly characters that are really different from you, or kind of a mix, I guess?
Oh, that's interesting. First off, I have DM'd more than I have played.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
But I haven't DM'd properly in years because I actually started playing D&D when I was 17, which is a million years ago. So I'm an
before
old-timer.
times. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, basically when it was still a satanic panic kind of thing. And very soon thereafter, I started DMing because as I think we all know that DMs are much more rare than players. So if you want anything to fucking happen, then you kind of just gotta sit down and DM.
Yeah.
So for years, I DM'd with friends IRL, and then I didn't play for, I think, almost like 10 years. And then during the pandemic, I had like a I am so sick and tired of seeing everyone play D&D, and I'm not. Like,
I want to play.
Yeah.
I was very upset, and then one of my followers was like, "Hey, not to be all parasocial, but I can do a one-shot where you can join." I was like, "Yes," even though I was so scared, and I was like, "Can I please ask a friend to come with me because I won't be able to do it alone because of my anxieties?" And they were super understanding. So my friend and I made a sibling pair of tabaxi based on naked cats. What are they called in English? Like Sphinx cats?
Sphinx cats, yeah.
Yeah. So we made a sibling pair of kitties where I made a
That's very cute.
big buff lady. I can find. I did one character drawing for the session, and that's basically it. Let's see. Was it in 2022? I don't know what time is it anymore. Yeah, there she is. Let's see. And then I've played Claymore ever since. So they are basically my only more recent characters, and I would say they're similar to me because in social settings I'm usually more quiet and stoic and, like, as some people point out, scary.
Sure, yeah.
And I probably look much more mean and intimidating than I am because of all of my tattoos and my size. But then people get to know me and know that I'm just a big, scared softie. So I think both Clay and Tess, which is her name, are somewhat self-inserts, but I don't necessarily think of them that way. I don't make them for the purpose of being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have my anime protagonist that I can super self-reflect on.
Yeah. It's usually after I've already made the character that I'm like, oh, I see what I was subconsciously trying to do with this.
Yeah.
You know, like, I see why
Yeah.
I was drawn to playing this sort of character, yeah.
One hundo, it's more, I go, oh, I have a type, right? Yeah, right. And that type is big and misunderstood.
Yeah, oh.
But I think I would personally find it a little weird because I'm super down to do, like, romance stuff and things like that in an RP setting. And I think I would find it a little weird to use my actual self and be like, oh yeah, this is totally getting me off.
Right.
I'd rather give my character some super left turn kinks that I don't have, just to throw people off and be like, oh yeah, my character is like hella into
nothing
feet or
like
something.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then people are like, oh, Joss is like a real king, so she into feet. And I'm like, no, that's just my character.
No, it's a character, guys. Don't.
But also, to be fair, if people think I'm into feet, there's weirder stuff, so I don't fucking care.
Yeah, true, fair.
I'm very unbothered if people think I have weird, very specific kinks. How about you, though? Do you mentioned that you have a type, but do you see any of your characters more resembling you than others?
I had one of those moments. I was talking about this the other day. I had one of those moments with Dash where people sometimes talk about when either a player or a character will mention something about your character and you're like, oh no. I realized I didn't plan for that to be part of the character. It just wound up being part of the character because that's me. Like, that's me bleeding through.
Yeah.
Really early on playing Dash was called out for saying sorry too much. And I was like, oh no. That's not me. That's not Dash. That's me, right? But it really worked with his character. And it came up again recently, and I felt myself having like a personal reaction to it because I was like, no.
Oh, but that's a cute trait, though. I mean, it can also be self-destructive, of course, on a real person, but on...
Yeah, it's something that I work on in my real life. So having a character go to Dash and be like, you need to work on this. I was like, I know, dude.
Don't make it about me, please.
Dude, I know. I mean, Dash knows.
So the other player's like, dang, dude, you're taking this really heavily to heart.
Wow, Dodger's such a good RPer.
She's really giving this her all. You're just like,
Yeah, I'm really committing, guys. Yeah, the other thing, I love playing like kind of blunt or angry or confrontational characters, and I think that's because I am not that way at all in real life.
Oh, interesting.
So it's really fun to like play a character.
Basically.
Like Wazy, who's in the background being a little ally back here.
Cute.
In the picture. I loved playing Wazy because I literally was like, okay, she doesn't get the point of lying. You know, she's just gonna always say exactly what she's thinking. She's gonna be really blunt, and sometimes it's gonna come across mean, but she doesn't mean to be mean, you know? And that was really fun to play because the number of times that she would say something and all the other characters would be like, shut the fuck up. It was really fun.
I don't enjoy that you have looked into my personal character creator here and just like taken all of my less desirable traits and put them into a D&D character.
They're good traits, though.
That depends on the audience. But that's really fun, though. It's also funny that you mention how you're trying to address the fact that you apologize too much, because I remember, I think this is years ago by now, I tuned into one of your streams and you said, like, probably out of a habit, like, no, I'm stupid. And you were like, no, I'm trying to stop doing that. And I had one of those galaxy explosions. You know, the gif of the dude just like, it's like, oh, because when you keep saying that all the time, you start believing it, man. You're so smart. And every time when I'm tempted to go now, like, no, I'm just stupid, I go, oh, I have like a tiny little dukes on my shoulder going,
Don't say that. You're not stupid.
Them's the bad words.
Yeah.
But it's funny how some little things like that really stick with you.
Yeah. It's hard. They become habits to just like say those sorts of things, and then you're like, oh my gosh, I'm just reinforcing like feeling bad about myself.
Yeah, this year I've really picked up the habit of saying it's a good thing that I'm handsome, and it's not because I believe that, it's because it's a kind of way for me to say, yeah, I'm stupid so I can get away with shit. So instead of just say, yeah, it's a good thing that I'm handsome so people will forgive me.
That's really cute though.
And one day someone is gonna show and be like, damn, bitch is full of bullshit, like bitch is full of herself.
I am, and so what? I'm allowed.
But it does work, like, not because I go around and I'm like, hey there, stud, hey they're good looking, but it's more like, it's nicer to hear that inside your head than always being, no, I'm stupid.
Yeah. And honestly, even if you were every day being like, hey handsome, winks at self in mirror, like
finger guns.
Yeah, like, do it, why not, you know?
I find it weirdly charming when people are that level of self-confident. Not to the point of being arrogant, but when you can just objectively go, yeah, no, I'm hot. I'm just like, man, that must be nice.
Yeah, what's that like? Yeah.
How's it living in 420 Street? Calls Gaston. I don't know if Gaston is the bar or where I would put my expectations to anybody's self-confidence.
Yeah.
Because dude is also a whole bucket of problems.
Yeah. We're not trying to be narcissists here, guys.
Yeah, we're not trying to be the, what is it, like, oh, I'm such a boomer, girlite, gaslight, girl boss, whatever the fuck, yeah.
Yeah, girlite.
Yes, girlite,
yeah.
Which sounds like the more feminine sex toy of flashlight. Yeah, that's not the vibe. Who is like, I'm trying to think now, who's like charmingly confident of like fictional characters where you don't really want to bring them out? without being a villain.
Right.
Because I was gonna say Ganondorf is certainly in that ballpark for me, but he's also, you know, trying to kill an entire kingdom. Most Chris Pine characters, yeah, I guess without spoiling too much, like in the D&D movie, he's kind of that.
I still haven't seen that.
Oh, I wholeheartedly, I am not the person to go like, oh, you have to see it, but I wholeheartedly recommend it. I was thoroughly blown away by it. I expected nothing. I expected to be like, oh my god, high budget cringe is what I expected to go to.
Yeah.
And I had to, you know, the gif of the dude like sucking the tear back up into his eye. That was me at the end of that movie.
Yeah, most of my friends have been like, it was really fun. It was exactly as chaotic as a real D&D campaign would be. And I was like,
you can tell it's made by someone who loves D&D, like respects and loves the format of D&D. It was not
Right.
pretentious at all, which is kind of what I expected and feared, that it would be this like cringe hour Cameron, if Cameron made like James Cameron made a D&D movie kind of vibe, where I would go out and go, oh well, that was all sorts of problematic and uncomfortable. But yeah, and especially how they treated the barbarian character played by Michelle Rodriguez, which is, you know, not to be a lesbian or main, but holy fucking shit, that woman is insanely fucking beautiful. But she plays her character so well, and the character is given so much grace because she is the kind of ugh, but she is not stupid, and she has a lot of heart and passion. It's very refreshing to see that kind of character portrayed in that way.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Did you watch the Mario movie?
I did, and I really liked it.
It was fantastic.
I loved it. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with it. We went to see Puss in Boots with Clark. And I walked away from that being like, I really want to see that movie again without a kid. Because like all of the moments, I don't know, did you see it?
No, I haven't, but I've seen that the entire internet turned into a furry over the wolf.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I'll be vague, but like all of the wolf scenes were a little bit spoopy for her.
Okay.
And so it was a lot of us like comforting her during those scenes, and I was like, I really wish I could have appreciated those scenes a bit more. You know, I'd like to rewatch it and like see what it's like when there isn't a kiddo. But because of that, we wound up seeing the Mario movie without her. So we were like, we're gonna go to the Mario movie, just us, so that we can actually like enjoy it, you know.
That's super fair. I would argue, though, that the Mario movie is not... I guess maybe the scenes in literal Mario Hell is a little spoopy with the Skelly Boys and stuff, but other than that, I think it's very kid-friendly.
Yeah, I didn't think that it was particularly scary either. I think she'd probably really enjoy it, but we just wound up...
wanted to vibe.
I think we wound up being able to just, vibe and enjoy the movie. The Wolfman awoke something in me. You're not the only one, dude.
As a already certified furry, I was just sitting here like, yes, good. Emperor Palpatine rubbing my hands, just like, yes.
Yes, good.
Embrace the kink that nobody thinks they have, but almost everybody have.
Okay, chat, are you ready for me to flip this? I'm not ready, but...
Oh, you inked it without flipping? That's bold, dude.
Yeah. I know.
That's,
because I'm always scared to flip it, so I just don't.
Oh, well, actually, if I were to give any advice, is that become friends with flipping very early. In your process of drawing. I, as a very much younger person, I too was so scared of flipping, and anyone who's been on my stream know that I flip so much that I probably turn people dizzy. But it's a very healthy, in my opinion. I know people are divided on this, but I personally think it's a very healthy thing to adopt.
I'm sure that's true. Is there a way, chat, to flip everything, like all the layers at once?
Isn't there an option in... Are you using Procreate?
Yeah.
There should be one, but I haven't used Procreate in years. There should be one to flip the entire on the like toolbar or something, like the little wrench or something like that.
Oh, here we go. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
Hey, that's a personal success.
It's not as bad as I expected. Dash's,
no, it really
Dash's face
isn't.
annoys me. That's the biggest thing. I'm not super upset about the flip. Okay, wow, that's great.
Yeah, I'm personally really impressed with the balance, because that's something that when I never flipped and then I started flipping, is that it looked like everyone was off center.
Yeah.
But when you flip, they're still balanced.
Thank you. It's always faces for me. Once I flip it, I'm like, oh my god, that eyeball.
That's what it
not
turns
go
into
there.
Also.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I have that to this day though, for what it's worth.
I couldn't figure out why chat was putting YLLA in chat, and I realized it's because the ally sign is flipped now. That's so good.
I saw something the other day that made me laugh, and now I'm not even going to be able to retell it, but you probably know the name because you're much better at names from like manga and anime than me, but the character from Death Note that when you spell it backward is like, I am gay or something.
What? Yo, Yagami!
Yes!
Oh my god, that's really funny. I've never seen that before, but I know.
That really had me laughing. It was like, oh, Death Note is like queer. I was like, oh, okay.
Oh,
So
I see.
Understood. I accept it. I'll take all the queer representation I can get, even if it's a name backwards. I don't know if this is like remotely of any interest to you, and again, I can't stress enough that I will not be offended if you shoot it down, but I would love to sometime in the future have like a stream where we do some sort of like, I hate calling it art class because I am not a teacher, but something akin to that.
Dude, I would love something like that.
Where you could just like ask whatever question you want, and I can do my very, very best to mediocrely guide you through it.
That would be fun. Yeah, I'd be down.
I just think it's just a fun way to approach art in a very non-serious way.
Coco looks like a Muppet. Coco, the longer that I drew her, looks like a Peppa Pig character to me. Like, look at this shirt and the hands. She's standing like Peppa, dude.
I have to come very clean and say that the only thing I know about Peppa is thanks to you. I have joined so many of your streams where you had like a rant. I'm just like, oh, it's Peppa time. Okay, sitting like huddled down in front of the fire, kids.
Yeah.
Where it's time to adopt the lore.
Dude, Peppa became such a huge part of my life, and it was not good. It wasn't like a good thing.
But is Peppa a good show though? Like objectively?
No.
At least for it's not?
No. So like I would say, like, in terms of like kids shows that are actually good shows, like things like Bluey, amazing. Like, I will watch Bluey when there's no child in the house. It's actually a good show. Peppa, kids love Peppa. And I've watched so much of it because my kid went through a Peppa phase like a lot of kids did. But no, I would say it's not actually a good show at all.
Okay, that's upsetting then that you know so much about it.
I know, because I osmosis so many bits of information.
To be fair, that's me about a Marvel character called Taskmaster because one of my close friends is obsessed with him, and I didn't
Yeah.
even know he existed before we became friends, and now I know how fucking tall he is, like just from memory, and I'm like, I hate that
Right.
I know this.
Oh, I see what I've done. I'm on the wrong layer. That's why. Okay. Yeah. That's totally happened to me before. Just like having a best friend or a close friend who's like hyper fixating on one character and tells you so much about them. And you're like, all right, well, I didn't need to know all this, but I guess I do now.
The other fun side of that, and I genuinely do mean it, even though I'm probably gonna come across as a little like tired of it, but my entire brand just randomly became sharks.
Right.
Just because I was 19 and chose Jawsome as my handle. It's like, it's not a deep thing at all.
Yeah.
And to this day, people, when they see shark stuff, they send it to me. And don't get me wrong, I mean, I love sharks. I have 2 shark tattoos so far and everything. It's not that I hate them, but it's also not my entire life the way that, for example, Taskmaster is the entire life of my friend. And then
Yeah.
they're like, this made me think of you! And I'm like, that's very sweet, but also, I'm not as religiously obsessed as you think I am.
Yeah. Um, Sam, when Frozen first came out, went through a phase where he like really liked Frozen. Like he was just like going through a rough time, and he went to see the movie Frozen a few times, and it
This
turned
is
in.
not the character arc I expected for your husband.
I know. So he had seen Frozen like quite a few times, and was pretty open about it. And it turned into a thing where people were like, Sam is obsessed with Frozen. And they would get him stuff having to do with Frozen all the time. And it got to the point where he was like, please, I'm begging you to stop getting me Frozen stuff.
Uh, yeah, there was a point in my life where I went, if one more person sends me those fucking knitted sock sharks, I'm gonna lose my actual fucking marbles because like everyone and their grandma has sent me the image and be like, oh my god, cute socks, you must love them. But now I've kind of gotten over that hill, and I'm always very appreciative when people either tag me and stuff or send me stuff through Discord and like, this made me think of you, because that to me just says that, wow, I have actually left an impact with someone enough that when they see something, they think of me, and that's very touching.
That's a really sweet way to think of it. Like, this thing isn't as like part of my interests as you think, but it made you think of me, and it made you want to contact me, and that's very sweet, you know.
Exactly. Recently, I've had 3 very different people who have nothing to do with one another tell me that I've been in their dreams and that I've been very kind, and that made me almost cry.
Oh, that's very cute.
I was like, is that the impression I'm leaving on people now? I can vibe with that.
Chat, I know I should just redraw this eyeball. I'm just kind of like scooching it around to see if I can figure out like what about it bothers me, if that makes sense. Oop.
Yes, Lemon, you're in this tweet. Also, hello. Sorry for being quiet, chat. I super appreciate you vibing on the side. I still find it so endearing that Sam was into Frozen at some point.
It's cute, right? Yeah.
But I love stuff like that because that just shows, as someone who's obsessed with character creation, because I'm a storyteller, I love when real life actually shows how diverse people are.
Yeah.
That you can be a big buff boy, and then you're like, no, I enjoy Frozen, that's fine.
Yeah, you just never know what's gonna connect for somebody. And like sometimes it's literally like this thing with this kind of message was there at the exact moment that I needed that thing, you know?
One hundo. That is so relatable. I recently watched the animated show of Cyberpunk Edge Runners. And I did not expect that I would enjoy it all that much. I played some of the game, and I think the game is okay. Like, it's a
Yeah.
completely fine game, neither here nor there for me. And I felt like I've seen the face of God when I was done with Edge Runners. I was just so fucking blown away. And I felt that hyperfixation that I don't think I've had since, like, I was obsessed with Boba Fett when I was like 23 or something.
Right.
And it's very magical. As someone who doesn't have that a whole lot as an old adult, that means so much to me. I was like, oh, I can still have those feelings.
Yeah, to just feel yourself like get kind of obsessed with a thing.
Yeah, and just really super on the level where you just 100 vibe with something.
Right.
Have you had any experiences like that recently?
Where I just got obsessed with a thing.
Or something just hit you
Or,
straight in your soul?
Yeah. Not super recently, I guess. I'm always pleasantly surprised and like so happy when I play a game and I'm like, this game is ticking all of the boxes of what I need a game to be right now. You know, I'm trying to think if I've felt that way since playing Hades, but Hades was absolutely a game like that for me where I was like, I love all of the characters. I love the art. I love the mechanics. I love playing it. You know, just like everything about it just made me feel very fulfilled as like a gamer, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that kind of a feeling. Because Sam gets obsessed with games like really easily, and that just doesn't happen for me where I'm like, I can't wait to play more of that, you know?
Yeah,
Or like,
no, same.
yeah, or watching a thing and thinking, oh, I can't wait to see more of that. Yeah.
Yeah. I highly envy people who can get that way. For example, when I was reading the Gideon books,
Yeah.
I enjoyed it enough that I wanted to draw the characters because it was so refreshing seeing those kind of characters represented in any kind of fiction. Because let's be real, it's very recent that we get big girls and stuff like that.
God, that's so true.
In any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I love the arc we're in right now for big girls, dude. It's great.
Because I think a lot of people forget that when we got Zarya from Overwatch back in 2016, that blew my fucking mind. It was the first time, not to say that I'm remotely as fucking jacked as her, but if she had more realistic proportions, we would be more similar.
Yeah.
And to see that portrayed in fiction just blew my mind because it was actually very gender confirming for me personally. I was like, oh, okay, so it's not that I'm wrong, it's just that my kind of female is never portrayed in media.
Right. Yeah. Representation matters, etc. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. I guess I don't need to give this kid more whiskers.
But oh yeah, the point I was going to make with Gideon is that I think people assumed that I was obsessed with it, and it's funny to say because I even have a Gideon tattoo now.
Sure.
But I'm not obsessed with the books, and I'm actually quite critical of them at times. But I love what it brought me. Like, for example, I wouldn't have met my partner without Gideon.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So, yeah.
That's awesome.
I think you can also quietly enjoy something.
For sure. Do you ever, sort of on the opposite side, you don't have to say what it is, but like, do you have things that you were really into when you were younger and occasionally you're like, maybe I'll revisit that?
Actually, fun enough, yaoi has been that thing for me recently.
Yeah.
Where as a teen, I was a deviant. I was like, oh, I've entered the forbidden secrets of the smut. So I was hyper into. I even had a yaoi. One of my very first tattoos was a yaoi tattoo that I had for years until I covered it up, and not because I hated it, but I just wanted something else.
Yeah.
So I had two men smooching on my arms for like years, 10 plus years.
Cute.
But revisiting it has been a mixed bag because as a teenager, you've at least when I was a teenager, we didn't have the same kind of progression that we do now, and I didn't ask the same questions that I do today. So when I read a yaoi as a teen, I was like, num 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 num, all this incredibly fucking yummy, tasty material. And now as an adult, I'm like, that's straight up abuse.
Dude, oh my god. I think back for real. And sometimes, like, you know, when a bunch of like younger teens were like really into things like 50 Shades of Grey, and I was like, oh, that's so toxic. It's not good. Don't read that. But I have to remind myself, like, I was also looking at and reading stuff that was like not a good representation of healthy relationships at all, you know?
Yeah.
You just get older and you realize, like, you learn, right?
And I'm a firm believer that you can still participate in media like that and not turn into fucking gremlin.
Of course,
And you like, just like you said, you do grow, and it takes time to find your own opinions and views on the world. And it maybe if you hadn't seen or read or whatever that certain thing, you also wouldn't form a strong opinion, neither here nor there. But I'm trying to think something. Like I said, I was obsessed with Star Wars in my early 20s to the point where I got a Boba Fett tattoo that I still have to this day, and now I can't stand Star Wars.
Really? Oh no, that's so sad.
I love Boba Fett though. I still think he is peak design and he is very a me character. So I don't hate the tattoo or anything. And I'm very YOLO. I mean, you've seen some of my tattoos. I clearly do not give a fuck.
Right.
I collect them like stamps or memories of where I was that time in my life when I got them, and then I look back and I was like, oh yeah, when I was like 20, I was, you know, this little wild card who did this shit. But I'm really trying to churn my brain. I think I have some consistent things that never go away from me, like Zelda, for example, is an always present thing. Silent Hill, even though Konami has disappointed me for over 10 years now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I'm quite loyal to some of my obsessions. How about you? Again, you also don't have to out if there's something you're not comfortable mentioning.
I know there's stuff like Star Trek was like an old school interest for me. Star Trek and Sherlock Holmes and like stuff like that, where I'll be like, man, I wonder what the fandom's doing right now. Sherlock Holmes is wild because people just keep making new Sherlock Holmes shit.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's always like new canons and new like takes on the characters and stuff that people riff on really well. So Sherlock is always something I can come back to. Star Trek is a bit harder because with Sherlock, it's always the same characters. It's like reiterations of the same shit.
Right.
With Star Trek, I have trouble, especially now, it feels like so much stuff has come out. I have a lot of trouble keeping up with new Star Trek stuff. So it doesn't feel so... I'm definitely the sort of person where I won't start looking for fan material unless I've finished the thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to get spoiled. So...
Same.
So even if I started watching one of these newer Star Trek shows that keep being recommended to me, it's like, oh, these are so good. I know that I would have to like be in for the long haul in order to then be like, okay, what's the fan art like in this, for this show?
Do you feel like that's your end game to participate in the fandom in one way or another?
I really love seeing the sorts of thing, like seeing if what connected with me is also what connected for a lot of other people. I also I don't know, did you ever watch Mr. Robot?
Is that with the guy that's very handsome and played the queen dude? also known as Freddie Mercury.
Oh yes, Rami Malek. Yeah.
Yes. I think
Yes.
I watched a couple of episodes. It's so not for me, but I can see why it's very popular, and he's a very good-looking guy.
Yeah. So, I had watched the first season of that forever ago, and just never watched anymore. And Jesse loves it. And I was like, okay, Sam has no interest in watching more. I would really love to see where that show goes. And it went in so many different directions. But by the end, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but like the point of the show and the subject matter of the show actually wound up being something totally different than I thought it was going to be. And I spent most of the last season being like, I cannot wait to see how people responded to this show at the end.
Right.
Because like I am literally the second it ended, I was on forums. and again, I'm not going to say explicitly why, in case there are people like me who are like, oh, I've always wanted to finish that show. But sometimes, different forms of media like tackle a certain sort of subject, and you're like, I've never seen anyone tackle this subject from this like angle. I can't wait to see how people felt about that, but again, then you have to finish it. You have to finish it, because otherwise you're gonna read a bunch of shit and be like, shit.
I have a super unhealthy trait where I will hate consume something just so I can say that I didn't like it. Not because I'm going to be one of those obnoxious bitches like, I didn't like that, because fuck that guy at the party. But if someone asks me, I can say, no, I didn't just watch 10 minutes and I hate it. I watched the entire thing and I hate it.
Because it's the only way to curb that person who's like, once you get 100 episodes in, though, it's so good. You're like, shut up! I watched it all!
You can't get me with that fucking shit. And my biggest example of this is Neon Genesis Evangelion, because I watched that back in 2022 or 2021, and I was livid. I hated that show. And then some fucking pancake proceeds to be, oh, but you gotta watch the movies or the next year's, because that's what... No, I will not.
I did my time. Yeah, I've read the whole manga of Evangelion, and I've watched a little bit. And I think that you can acknowledge, like, this did important things for the medium, or like this was really revolutionary at the time, while also being like, and I still don't like it. And I never connected with it either.
My big gripe with it, and media like it, is that it by now a lot of it has aged like fucking milk. And people wear the biggest, fattest, rose-tinted nostalgia glasses with this kind of stuff. So I am super for the fact that you could love something that didn't age well. I mean, I used to be an avid fan of Quentin Tarantino, and that is, Yikerino Cappuccino today. But you also have to acknowledge that. You have to be like, yeah, no, I can definitely see that this didn't hold up before its time, or when I was young, this really spoke to me.
Right.
And there's so much like that where people are like, no, it's flawless, 10 out of 10, no notes. I'm just going, okay, we just can't have this conversation. Right. Fine. Cool. But to point back to what you were saying about Mr. Robot and you just wanting to watch something to see the stuff, that is not to bring up what is still probably a very sore topic for a lot of people, but that was me with the final season of Game of Thrones, dude.
Oh my god.
Me and my best friend would meet every week to sit for an hour and rant and look at meme gifs about how trash that was for us. And we had I've never had more fun with Game of Thrones than the last season in that regard.
Right.
But I wish it was good for me, which it
Yeah,
wasn't. But
of course.
also, holy shit, did I have a fun takeaway with just like pooping all over it.
Yeah. It's hard when like everybody's having such a good time with the thing and hyping it up so much, and then you're like, oh no. I'm not having fun with this anymore. I have to make my own fun with this now.
Yeah. It's also in for example in regards to Game of Thrones, and I know people have like it's a very polarized show, and I super respect that. I was never a diehard fan myself. I was just a mediocre fan, but it is sad to see something you care a lot for just crash and burn into the Titanic iceberg.
Yeah.
Just be like, oh, okay, cool. You just literally don't care about the entire premise that you spent years building up. Okay, that's fine.
But it's cool. I don't care. I don't care either, actually.
Don't catch me with that care. Another game that always makes me think of you is Omori.
Oh.
Because I watched it. I believe you played it in like early 2021? Question mark.
I think that's right. Yeah. Whenever it came out.
Yeah, like from December to January or something. And this was like wild to think back on now, but really during the end times of the pandemic feeling.
Yeah.
And I was so alone, so isolated, and just catching a new either like live stream or VOD of you playing that, oh my god. I cried a lot during the end of your playthrough of that game.
Oh, Jaws, that's very sweet. Yeah. Man. Omori was such a trip.
What an unexpected deep game.
Yeah. Yeah, I love when games like sort of take me by surprise.
Yeah. Especially if you've been able to form some form of opinion or expectation, and then it completely dodges that, but not in a bad way.
Yeah. Oh my god. Green to gray to black is the gay flag, right?
What?
Chat.
Green to gray to black?
Isn't it?
Is the what?
Is the gay flag, right? Like the boy smooch boy flag.
You're asking again the wrong person.
I love
Should be the right person, but I'm definitely the wrong person.
No, it's blue at the end. That looks more correct. That one's aromantic. Okay. Wait, why doesn't this have... I basically found a picture that has the hex codes for all of the colors.
Oh!
For all of the flags, but it doesn't have the boy smooch boy flag. Why not?
I found that a lot of these, like, these are the gay flags, like, general gay, not just, like, men gay. There's
Right.
a lot of the newer flags still lacking because they're not that updated, because I feel by now they're just, like, rapid firing out new flags every single time I turn around. And again, not that I mind, but I'm like, this is like the gay MCU. I can't keep up with this.
Yay, MCU. Okay, hold on. Here we go. All right. Oh my goodness.
think I'm gonna humbly have to request a little bathroom break because I need to go.
Oh yeah, go for it.
I'll be right back.
Oops. How come that is there? I need to get rid of that. There we go. No, that didn't work. Because it's not referencing the... Yeah, okay. I was like, wait, would this work? No. This layer isn't referencing the line art. Oh my goodness. Oh no.
Sorry, Coco.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Hello.
Hello. Speaking of books, have you read anything recently?
I've been trying to... I read up to the very end of the first Expanse book, and I still haven't finished it.
Expanse, I don't think I know of this.
It's like a hard sci-fi series. People got really into it because I guess like the show got really good.
Oh, okay.
There's a show on Amazon, I think, of the book series, and the first season is like kind of whatever, but it, I guess, like picks up and is incredible. And so a friend of ours was like, hey, you guys gotta read these books. So Sam and I were, and I read way more books than Sam. Sam and I were like, okay, we're gonna read these books together. And I was getting all cocky, like, yeah, I'm gonna blast through these books. And Sam's like, barely gonna read them, and he's already like through the second book basically, and I've just been stalled at the end of the first one, and for some reason I am having so much trouble finishing it, and I don't know why.
Is it just not clicking with you, or?
It's not. No, I do this with a lot of stuff. It's if for some reason, and it doesn't have to do with whether I'm really enjoying it or not, I'll just like get almost to the end of a thing and then I just won't finish it. And I don't know why I do that. I do it all the time.
Not that I'm gonna give you a diagnosis, but that's like typical neurodivergency. It's very common. I do that too. And I don't know the scientific reason behind it, but it is a very typical pattern in certain kind of people where you just either it's like you don't want a good thing to end, or suddenly it becomes like a chore to get to the very last part because the dopamines aren't hitting anymore. Like there's probably so much actual scientific language to why, but this is definitely a phenomenon one way or another.
Yeah, it's annoying because I would really love to just be like, yeah, I finished it.
Yeah, I'm the exact same. There's so much stuff that I never finished just because I was like, no, I'm good. This is my stopping point.
Yeah. I did that with Gravity Falls for a really long time. I was obsessed with Gravity Falls.
That is such a you show.
I know. Yeah, nobody's ever surprised when I say that. And yeah, I like got to the point where I had literally one episode left to watch, and I put it off for the better part of a year before I finally watched it. And I was like, that was really good. Wipes tear.
Yeah. I recognize this. I do this a whole lot too, where I have to like really just pull myself together to finish something because part of me also, of course, want to know how it ends.
Right, yeah, of course.
Oh, Lemon, that's great. Happy Pride. Yesterday, Canada government announced, I assume government and not governor, I don't know if gov is like what is shortened for, announced that they accept LGBTQIA2 plus refugees.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Love me some good news. I also saw that Japan finally legalized, or at least is on the way to legalize gay marriage.
Yes, I also heard that.
Because it's deemed unconstitutional that they're not.
Oh, no,
Okay,
I fucked this
okay.
up.
Oh no.
It's okay.
Did you add some stripes in the wrong order?
Well, yeah, there was supposed to be a white stripe in the middle on one of these sleeves, and I didn't put enough spots. It's fine.
It's fine.
I'm in the middle of inking 5,000 flowers, and every single time I'm asking, why do I do this to myself? Oops. Speaking about Japan, you go on a trip there in September. I know several people going to Japan this year.
Sam really wants to go and visit our friend Arix that lives there out there now.
Oh.
Have you ever been?
No, I
Me
am
neither.
such a homebody.
Yeah, same.
Where I'm like, oh my god, into the wild. Am I right? I really want to fucking experience what it's like being totally radical. And I'm like, nope, people scare me. I'm a hygiene freak. Nope, I would not last long in any shape, way, or form in the wild. And not that
Right.
Japan is the wild, but like just traveling in general is just not my cup of joe because it gives me way more anxiety than it gives me pleasure.
Sure.
But of course, like growing up a ginormous fucking weebisoid, I definitely wanted to go to Japan when I was younger, and I was like, I'm gonna learn Japanese and I'm gonna become a mangaka. Uwu. And then, I luckily grew up
Oh my
and ditched
gosh.
that mentality.
It's like sound listening to myself.
Yeah, it can be a little brutal watching it, like looking in that mirror.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta, accept yourself.
Yeah, that's when, like, every now and then I mark my stream as very 18 plus. I wish I could make it 30 plus if I'm perfectly honest, just because I'm such an old hag.
Yeah.
But I'm very, like, please at least be 18 plus, and if not, just either go away or don't tell me. And sometimes I get a person in my chat who's... I can see their visible age because they're like, oh, I definitely want to become a mangaka. And I'm just going, yes, honey, yes, you do. And then you don't want to poop all over their ambition, but you see yourself and you go, ooh.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, right? Is being like, oh, I've been there. And sometimes it's those sorts of feelings that like push you to, keep drawing when you're young and stuff like that. But yeah.
Yeah. Which is why I always try to be very delicate whenever I get like a new person who I can tell they're very young. But it's like harking all the way back to some of the first things I said today. Is that it's always very frustrating getting the question, how do you get good at drawing? Because I turn so cynical.
Yeah.
You
draw!
Yeah, exactly. It's like you hate yourself for 30 plus years. but at the same time, it's like, oh, yeah, it's hard for me to get into the mindset of being a literal teen because that's too far away for me now. I'm
We did
old.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I leveled up since then. I started my New Game Plus arc. I follow several streamers. Like for example, Lemon in my chat right now is a chef streamer. She streams a lot of food cooking.
Oh, that's awesome.
And she is so good at being so patient and graceful with like the biggest fucking pancake showing up sometimes, because that is the reality of putting yourself out there, is that you're gonna have encounters where you think, oiski poiski, here we go again, right? And
it's just like answering the same questions over and over and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's one thing, but when you get like a character, you know what I mean, like you get someone who just think, okay, have you ever socialized with anyone in your life? And I am so impatient with that, where I'm just like, can you just go somewhere else? And then I watch these incredibly patient, lovely streamer who just like embrace them with their whole heart and soul and just give it their all. I'm like, how does it feel to be actually Jesus Christ? Like, how does it feel to be that fucking patient?
To just be a big ol' sweet bean.
Yeah. Oiski poiski, your childhood. It's from a TV show. I don't know how. I think it was definitely not Norwegian.
Yeah, I've never heard that before, but I liked it.
What was that show called? Help me out, anyone who knows this. It was like, why do I think of like Noah's Ark or something when I say that? Oh my god, it was called Noah's Island. Oh my god, I can't believe I was that close. It was just a weird character, an animal, I believe, of some kind, where they said in very like, now that I think about it, probably problematic accented Norwegian, where they said "oiski poiski, I'm sorry," but just like in Norwegian with a heavy accent of undefined character. Oh, it was a polar bear. I don't know why in my head it was like a rat or something.
A polar bear?
Was this show Norwegian?
That's amazing. Okay, gang. Last shirt.
Woo!
Woo!
You're speeding through.
I've been looking up the hex codes so I can just type them in and then color in really quickly. That's not right. Oops, that's why. There we go.
You have any fun plans for the weekend?
It's supposed to be really hot here, so we're just trying to like get a paddling pool sorted and stuff like that for the kiddos.
That's nice.
Yeah, but other than that, no, not really. What about you?
So I'm a giant fucking nerd. So tonight, like a responsible adult, I'm gonna play the new season of Fortnite with my friends and drink.
Nice, yes.
And then tomorrow is Community Day in Pokemon Go, so I'm gonna meet another friend and we're gonna walk around and play Pokemon Go.
Fantastic. Oh, that sounds like a great weekend.
It's also gonna be really warm here, so I'm gonna be one sweaty Ash Ketchum in the streets.
Do you guys like have is AC common out there? Like air
No,
conditioning or no?
it is not a thing, and it's always funny. Every fucking summer, this conversation goes around on Twitter where people
Yep.
get in literal fights over the fucking AC thing, and we're just like, we live in Scandinavia, my dude. Do you think ACs was necessary here until recently?
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right?
I think they're becoming more common now. I know that every year the fan towers sell out. Like, it's a fucking fight at the electronics store to get a fan tower.
Yeah.
It's not that common in England either, right?
No. Yeah, houses are not made with AC in them at all. You can get little AC units, so we bought one, but yeah. In America, a lot of houses are just built with like central air with just like AC built into the whole house. So, living in a country where it's like, you've got a fan, you'll be fine. It's like, oh, okay.
And I don't know how it is in the UK, but a lot of European countries are also built to keep heat in.
Yes. Yeah, it's the same here.
Oh, yeah, that's great with the current climate and all.
Mm-hmm.
I've been living in this construction work hell the last couple of months because they're renovating everything under the sun on the exterior of our apartment complex.
Right.
And right now they're doing the balconies, and the balcony is the only place where I have a window that I can open. And the amount of times in the morning I had to get up at like 7 to run and shut it and close the curtain so they don't see my naked ass mooning them while they're out there doing their god knows what business on my balcony is ruining my sleep schedule.
No.
I hear that lift rev up at 7, I'm just like,
Yeah. I'm gonna start just throwing everything in the freezer and just seeing like what's good frozen, you know?
Some frozen Coca-Cola, love that.
Summer said to throw grapes in the freezer. I will be doing that.
I heard that hack too. The only times I've thrown fruit in the freezer is when I throw it in a blender, so I get like a frozen smoothie. So I cut up stuff like banana and strawberry and kiwi and stuff like that, and then I freeze the bits, and then I just chop free a little bit of the bits and throw it in a blender.
This is smart. I should do that.
And you have a cool drink.
Yeah. I saw someone saying that they'll mush up banana and then mix it with yogurt and then put it into like popsicle molds.
Oh.
And I was like, I wonder if my kid would like that. The problem is Sam can't eat banana because it makes him gag, and I can't eat banana because I'm allergic to it.
No!
So I can't like make it and then try it to see if it's good. I would just be making it and being like, I hope my kid likes this. You know?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Wow, gagging at bananas.
I know. He claims it's because he was fed bananas constantly when he was a kid, and he just stopped liking them. But
That's super valid.
he'll pretty much like once a year he'll wind up trying bananas again. So it's not like he hasn't made sure that isn't still the case, you know? Clark isn't deprived of bananas, chat. We buy them. I'm just saying, like, this would be a new thing to try. And I don't know. I would have no way to know if it's good because I can't try it myself, you know?
The risky thing mentioning anything on Twitch before you get called out. Your drawing is turning out so cute.
Thank you. Yeah, there's stuff I'm still not super happy with, but I don't really know how to fix it, you know? And it's the sort of thing where I don't think I've reached the point where I entirely know how to explain what it is I don't like, you know?
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I've
My
seen
like art
explain.
knowledge isn't far enough along that I can be like, this is what's wrong, or like this is what's bothering me. I can just tell that something's not quite right, you know?
Yeah, I've heard it explained as your creative eye is stronger than your executional technical skills.
Yeah.
So you're able to see that something isn't jiving, but maybe the technical side hasn't caught up yet, and that's always like such a frustrating balance to maintain without losing motivation.
Yeah. Oh, weird. You just can't see it? What the hell?
See what?
I'm like coloring in a thing right now, but the color isn't showing up
Oh, is it
on
on
this
the
on the
on the
stream.
arm?
Yeah.
I see it. I think it might be your screen settings, maybe.
What? Oh, how weird. I
'Cause-
I could see it on the iPad. I can't see it in OBS though.
Oh yeah, I see it on my screen, and my screen is very like the screen that I'm not drawing on is very overly exposed, like it's very bright, but I can still see it.
Interesting. Yeah.
Do you have like a favorite part of the drawing process, something that you enjoy more than the rest?
Um I'm always itchy to ink earlier than I think I should. Like sort of solidifying a sketch if I'm really excited about it always winds up being really fun, but I always wind up regretting it, like, I shouldn't have done that yet. I was just really excited. I would also love to learn more about like ways to like color things. I think coloring is really fun.
Yeah, like color theory and stuff like that. or-
Yeah. Do you do any like I think you've said that you do any, I guess what you would call traditional art, like physical art?
No, I feel like the 1% who's 100% digital, and I have been since if I hadn't gone to any form of creative schools in my life, I would have been since I was 15, which is
Wow.
well over 15 years ago.
Yeah.
So, no, if you gave me pen and paper today, I would struggle because my hand-eye coordination is trained purely for digital.
Interesting. Yeah.
For the longest time, I felt very bad about that. It made me feel like I wasn't a quote-unquote real artist because the gatekeeping community in the creative universe is ooby-dooby. It's certainly a thing.
Yeah. Especially when digital art started to like started on the incline. There were so many people that were like, yeah, but like that's not real art though.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
Which always makes you go, okay, then you do it.
Yeah.
But no, I have great admiration. I'm very soft for traditional art myself, and whenever my budget allows, I try to snag originals from art friends or just art people that I admire. So I own several originals by different kind of people that I've framed. because there's something so special about owning the only copy of something, the only
Yeah.
legit copy of something. And you kind of can't do that with digital because, of course, you can go, yeah, I'm printing this in limited numbers, but you are always, in theory, able to produce more should you break your ethical code, so to say.
Right, yeah.
So I have a very big soft spot for traditional. I think it's so beautiful, and I have mad respect for traditional artists, but I don't think I personally would blossom in the medium.
I love specifically watercolor. Watching someone who's like really having fun with watercolor is so cool.
Yeah, there's I'm very soft for Copic markers.
Yeah.
And there's this guy, I can never pronounce his name correctly, but it's Eiffel art. That's how I say it, like Eiffel, like the Eiffel Tower.
Okay, yeah.
And he just makes the most insanely beautiful art. A lot of it is fan art, like either Zelda or Pokemon, but you can tell that he's on a completely fucking different level. Yeah,
Yeah,
Matt
yeah.
is his actual name. I'm one of those weebs who always refer to people by their handles and never their real name.
I love that you refer to that as being a weeb.
I know that people find it so weird, and especially because for the last years, Jaws has been my legal middle name, and there's still people who go, "Why though?" And I'm like, because people started referring to me only as that for over 10 years, so it became my name. I didn't choose it; it became me. And now, like my girlfriend calls me Jaws and not my birth name, and I know
Right.
that her entire family is like, "Okay, that must be a Norwegian thing, I guess." Meanwhile, no Norwegian is able to say Jaws correctly.
It's a very cute name.
Thank you. To me, it's just a name. I never think about it being weird until someone completely either butchers it or goes like, "Alright."
Yeah, I get asked about Dodger a lot. Like, is it weird to call you Dodger, sort of a thing? And yeah, Dodger's become another just another totally normal name for me to respond to. Like, I don't really
Yeah.
think about it being weird or not. I do sometimes find it weird if like a person calls me Brooke and I don't know them in real life, you know?
Oh yeah, if people if anybody refers to me by my birth name who aren't people who knew me pre my internet era, basically, or has lived with me IRL, like some of my best friends or stuff, I go, window shutdown sound, just like that's now you're my mom and you're about to reprimand me.
Right.
It's this almost like weirdly intimate thing for me.
Yeah, it does feel more if you go by a certain thing online and you have for a really long time, it does feel oddly intimate for someone to use your birth name when you're like, no, that's not who I am here.
Yeah, exactly. And for me, it's like I don't hate my birth name. I just also don't use it that often.
Right.
That's me very privately for basically my mother and some of my IRL friends who never adopted Jaws, which I'm super fine with.
Yeah.
But for everybody else, I'm just Jaws, and if they say my birth name, I'm just like, now it sounds like you're the popo about to arrest me or something. Like, please stop. I feel like I'm about to be corrected or whatever.
Yeah.
Flashback to meeting a friend's mom, and an hour in, she asks you, "So why do they call you Vid?" So for reference, my dear friend Vid is a former sex worker.
Oh,
And that was their like performance name.
gotcha.
So you're just like, let me tell you a story, friend's mom.
Well, yeah. Funny you should ask. gonna have to go in about 10 minutes, just so you know.
Sure.
Are you gonna keep streaming? I'll raid you if you are.
Yeah, I'll go a little bit longer just because I'm gonna try to knock a little bit more of these inks out.
Okay, cool.
Hopefully I haven't scared your entire audience away today.
I don't think so. I think you're good.
I accept that I'm acquired taste. But I've had a blast today. Thank you so much for wanting to do this.
Me too. This has been really fun. We should definitely do it again.
Yeah, I know a lot of people say you know the trope with like we need to take a coffee someday, that kind of thing.
We should totally do this more often. Yeah.
Yeah. But I legitimately from the bottom of my heart would love to do this again and like either do something with an aim or just like hang just like now and shit.
Yeah. I would love to. Oh my god, I just realized.
Have you been on the wrong layer?
No, I've actually been really good about my layers. No, I just remembered that Alis is supposed to have a bunch of tattoos. I mean, we could just say it's younger Alis and he doesn't have them, but...
So, I get asked this quite a lot since I'm so heavily tattooed. People are like, what about your OCs? I'm like, I don't hate myself. So, canonically, they are heavily tattooed, but I will never ever draw it.
Yeah, I totally understand, like, when people draw the exact same character over and over again and just save the tattoo designs separately so they can just copy paste them every time. I'm like, that's smart. That's the way to go, dude.
I have one OC with hand tattoos where I've done just that because her hand tattoos are actually story based, so they kind of need to be there. But the rest, like, she definitely has more ink than that, and that's just like, nope, never gonna happen. Just imagine it with your mind's eye if you have that ability.
I was gonna give my VTuber character tattoos, and then I was like, do I want artists to hate me? Yeah. I mean, look, tattoos are fun, but yeah, they're just so time-consuming to draw.
Yeah, and that's something I always say, that you can tell when people are at least somewhat adjacent to professional artists themselves because they will almost never have complicated character designs. They will be very economical and very often shape-based and stuff like this, so you can easily recognize them and tell them apart. And then you can tell the people who always pay other people to draw their characters because they're usually a pain in the fucking ass. With like full body suit tattoos and the most intricate armor design.
Yeah, because it's
5 different
fun!
sets of horns.
Because it's fun, dude!
The good old charming Tumblr OCs.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh my god, I didn't color dash his ear. I just realized. I just left his ear out in the wind. It's fine.
I have uploaded pieces where I just go, I missed an entire spot of something.
Do you normally notice it before somebody says something?
No. most people know that I turn into a little fucking bitch if they try to do anything because I don't accept unsolicited advice. And also,
Sure.
especially when you stream, people have very different approaches. Like, either you have a very erratic approach to your drawing and you draw a little bit here and a little bit there, or you have a very systematic approach and you go from basic like A to B to C.
Yeah.
And sometimes I've had complete strangers be like, "You missed the line." I'm like, "You missed my chat. Bye."
How dare you?
Because I didn't miss it, forehead. I just didn't get that far yet.
Yeah.
And I think my regulars, who are very sweet and respectful people, know that I am a certified CUNT. So if they do stuff like that, they know that they bring out the gremlin in me.
Sure.
Because when people manage to backseat in, like, even out of game, I lose my mind. Like, I've seen this on my friend's cooking stream or stuff like that. It was like, "You're doing it wrong." I'm just like, "No, you're doing it wrong. You're doing life wrong, dude. Coming in here fucking backseating something that isn't even video games."
Yeah.
So yeah, I've definitely uploaded stuff where I went like, "Oh my god, I definitely didn't catch that when I was working."
Will you take it down and adjust it, or will you just be like, "Well, there it is"?
If I don't take it down, there's been times I go to bed and I lay there like, and then I get up again and I go back and I sit at like 2 a.m. and correct something because my
You just spend like
perfectionist
2 hours going, "I don't care. I don't even mind. It's fine."
yeah. Couldn't even hit me with that shit. They're like, "You can totally hit me. I can't live with this." And then nobody sees it but me. But I'm such a perfectionist.
Yeah.
But it depends on how serious. If it's a goof, I had a stupid drawing from one of our D&D sessions where my character was holding the two other characters on a leash because that's kind of what it felt like playing with them.
Yeah.
And I totally missed coloring one of the feet of the character, so I used like a base color of purple before I started filling in flats. So he had one purple foot and he is not purple skinned. And I was like, for months, I was like, I should probably go and fix that because I keep uploading this drawing as like a response or whatever.
Yeah.
And then eventually I went back and fixed it. So it depends on how serious it is.
Yeah, this character, Poe. Yes. She is from phase 1. She was the character that came after Wazy, so it was still a character that wasn't streamed. She was my artificer. And she was very fun. And then I made everybody who was in those games on stream roll a d20 to see whether or not that character was dead, and Poe is dead. So I guess Poe.
That's so sad.
Are you gonna add Wazy? Wazy's there, dude. Look, she's Valentina. She's an ally.
Sorry, I think you mean Illa.
Yeah, she's an Illa. It's more like, I don't know what Wazy's deal is, but I literally can't imagine her wanting to smooch anybody but Sterling. So she's an ally in the background.
Dude.
This is Valentina. She's an Illa.
That sounds so extra. I love it.
So stupid.
That's how you show up to Pride in fucking style. Ally, don't know her. More like Illa, am I
More like
right?
Illa, baby.
And then blasting the.
Oh my god. I'm gonna make a shirt that says Illa.
Oh, that's up there with the Pride Demon. Pride Demons and Illa are shaking hands right now.
Yes, perfect. Oh my goodness. Okay, I should start wrapping up, so I'm gonna go say bye to my chat.
Sure. Thank you so much for gracing me with your valuable time.
This was so fun. Yeah, I totally know what you mean when like there's a situation where you're like, yeah, we should totally do this again. But I also would love to do this again. This was really fun.
I'm glad because that means that I can actually poke you and be like, psst, 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 hey,
Hey!
and not feel absolutely fucking horrible about it.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Have a good rest of your stream. I'll send everybody over to you.
Thank you so much and have a wonderful weekend.
Yes, we'll do. You too. Stay cool if you can.
Thank you and happy Pride.
Yeah, happy Pride. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Aw, that was so fun. That's Jaws. Jaws is awesome. If you don't follow for the raid, that's totally fine, but you should absolutely follow them. The art is immaculate and just a lovely person, so. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Oopsies. This is how far we got. I got finished the line work and we colored in the shirts and started on the skin tones. So I feel like we made some good progress. Yeah, the viewers love to draw dash and crop tops, so I will always do that. Hi, Teary! Oh, Teary, I miss you.
I miss you.
Okie doke. Let's wrap up.
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Sorry, I just saw that Avi used ChatGPT to write a Valentine. Okay, hold on. Let's read our Valentines. So, Brandling said a shout out to Dodger for no reason. Thank you very much. How sweet. Oh wait, let me here. Let's do this. Hi, what's up? Akabara said, since we have been having a lot of returning people, this is for all the people who've been coming back to the stream after being away for a long time. Welcome into this little comfy corner of the internet. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say that we're really glad you're here. Retweet. It's so cool. I love how often people come into chat and are like, I didn't know that you streamed. I used to watch you years ago. It's very cool. All right. Avi said I used ChatGPT to write my Valentine, lol. I wanted to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to all of you. Your presence in the streams you create brings so much joy into my life. Watching your streams has become a highlight of my day, and I can't help but feel immensely happy every time I get to tune in. You all have a way of making my days so much better, and I'm incredibly grateful for the positive and uplifting community you've built. Thank you for everything you do with heartfelt. I love that ending. The full version is on the Discord. Oh, amazing. Avi also said, but for real, a non-bot Valentine. The stream today was very fun. You and Jaws are fun to watch together, and your art is awesome. Chat, you're amazing. Love being here. Cute. Oh, it doesn't feel like Friday. On Wednesday, it felt like Friday, and now it feels like, I don't know, Tuesday or something. So every time somebody's like, what are you doing for the weekend? Stay cool this weekend. I'm like, oh my God, that's tomorrow. All right. Let's see. Bromanity, thank you for the 66 months. All Perspicacity, thank you for the 46. Jazzojunked, welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much for subscribing. Jerry Reg, thank you for the 42. Arnar for the gifted subs. Zovis for the 71. Imaru for the 26. Gabro for the 35. Weirwood for the 56. Avi for the gifted sub. Missy for the 40. Grace Me for the 3 years. Again, thank you very much. Mossy H, thank you for the 83. Dark Themsby for the 104. Arnar for the gifted sub. Mama Jana for the 2. Duonico for the 30. Soph for the 30. Soph for the 13. Dr. Jazzfist for the 68. Kalira for the 70. Duralis for the 1 year. Happy anniversary. Thank you very much for the support and the love. Crypt Kami, thank you for the 2. Avi for the gifted sub. Caprica Swiss for the 46. Sinvicta for the 20. Dane 1 for the 53. Killer Wombat for the 9. Avi and Arnar also for gifted subs at the end here. Thank you, guys. I'm going to send you all over to Jaws. Somebody was asking, is it the same as Jawsome? Yeah, a rebrand. So Jaws Stone is now the name. But same person. Alrighty. Go say hi to Jaws. Spread love, spread joy. Tomorrow's my day off, so I won't be here. But I will be back on Sunday. Okay? So stay cool, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you around. Bye-bye.